All right, everyone, welcome back to Reasoned Answers.
It's as good as waging war against Allah and His Messenger.
We aren't late. You guys were just all here 15 minutes early. Your clocks are all wrong. It's not my fault. So what actually happened is we were about to go live. We would have been like 5 minutes late, but we were about to go live at close to starting time. And I started to play the intro music, and it was lagging super bad. And I look at like my computer stats, and everything's like going crazy. Couldn't figure out what was doing it, so I rebooted the computer. Everything seems to be fine now. The old turn it off and back on again fix works for today. Today we are going to be talking about the language of the Quran. We're going to be asking this question: is the Quran written in pure Arabic? It makes that claim about itself, but what does that claim even mean? And is it true? We're also going to be addressing some alternate theories about the origins of the Quran, claims about it being originally written in Aramaic or Syriac, depending on what term you use for the language, but being written in a language that is not Arabic, and then kind of accidentally transcribed into Arabic, i.e., they were using the writing system, and then someone came along and they thought, oh, this looks like it's Arabic, and thus why parts of it don't seem to make sense, or at least the theory goes. Mary's going to be addressing both of these claims, and probably won't be completely supportive of either one, as usual, because she wants to bring the truth, she wants to bring the scholarship, not just go with what is most polemically beneficial. Welcome, Mary.
Hello, and you covered the introduction in a very wonderful way. That is precisely what we're going to be talking about. It will be a little bit heavy lifting again because I have to clarify things that people are confusing. So if you can like and share the stream, that'll be great. I think that this will bring a lot of clarity to things that got mixed up and confused in other people's talkings. So yeah.
Very good. Since I rebooted, I don't have the comment to call up, but I did see that Jack Gray said it's another Teaching Tuesday with Mary, and I like that description of these streams for sure. Carol says, that reminds me of my analysis of Main Street in high school. The teacher in the class disagreed with me, but 20 years later, that was a standard view. So,
Well,
just because it's a minority view doesn't
she
mean
was
that it's
talking
wrong.
about. I was regaling them with stories from my college years and the fact that I don't actually like being in college and why. Um, and some of the snotty things I pulled on one of my professors that annoyed me to like deliberately make her feel stupid and intimidate her. Uh, but yeah, we because I don't do it to people who aren't mean, but she was like stupid and stubborn, and so like I was very displeased with her, and so I tried to make her feel as stupid as humanly possible, which probably
As
still
Mary
did not
pointed out, we're
improve what she actually was.
starting with the cat today, which would not have been the case if we started on time, because the cat showed up about 5 minutes after the scheduled start time. So we have Artemis here today. Grow Better asks, how many hours a day do cats sleep? It's not quite 20, as you might have guessed, but it is quite a bit. Of course, a cat is naturally a top of the food chain big predator, so it takes a lot of energy to hunt. Obviously, house pets don't hunt, but that is their natural accord, and thus they spend a lot of time sleeping. Probably more like 14 or 16 hours a day, but still a lot of sleeping for a cat, for sure. All right. So, did you want me to pull up your presentation, or how did you want to start this?
Yep. Oh, actually, no. First, I have to tell you that today, eventually, we will get to Venn diagrams. So we are going to have an introduction by our excellent vice president on the importance and the usefulness of Venn diagrams. So I'm sure everyone is dying to hear.
And I had that ready to go, and then I rebooted, so I don't but just 1 second here. She already revealed the speaker, but I was going to say we have a special guest star to explain Venn diagrams. This isn't a political statement, not a political channel. Just whether you are not an American or American who supports Republicans or Democrats, doesn't matter. You can still have some fun when someone says something stupid. All right, she's ready to go.
Remember Venn diagrams, those three circles? Right. And then let's just see where they overlap.
You will not be surprised because I have constructed a Venn diagram on this. Remember those three circles, how they overlap?
I love Venn diagrams. So I just do. Whenever you're dealing with conflict, pull out a Venn diagram, right? And so, the three circles. And so I asked my team, right? They're fantastic. He sees the Venn diagram of it all. He sees that there are those circles, and maybe people seem that they're a little different. They live in different parts of the country. They may be different age or different race. But that area in the middle, that overlap. I asked my team to do a Venn diagram of where these attacks are happening. So voting rights, women's reproductive rights, LGBTQ rights. And, of course, there was a huge intersection. I asked my team to do a Venn diagram for me of where we are seeing attacks and who are the attacks against and the similarity. And when you look at a diagram of just a Venn diagram in that regard, it tells a real tale.
I got to remember that when it's an imported clip, if I pull up a comment, that takes it off the screen. So sorry about that 1 second pause there in the middle. But, just keep in mind what a Venn diagram is, because you may not know. You may need an explanation that it's a couple circles that might overlap or might not overlap, or maybe one's completely inside another, or you just never know what kind of relationship two sets are going to have to one another.
All right. So as I was drawing this Venn diagram, I remembered her saying that you can explain everything with Venn diagrams. And I had to find a clip for that, so I searched for the funniest one. So if you love her
Yeah,
story,
I saw, and
that's hilarious.
Again, not political. I don't even know which particular political party put out this ad, but it reminds me of my all-time favorite fail in political ads, where a group was like, here's a circle of all the files that we want. Here's a circle of all the files the governor's office has. This tiny intersection, that's the files they have provided. So they basically said they provided all the files that were relevant to the corruption investigation, but they're trying to make it look like he hadn't provided anything, but they didn't understand how Venn diagrams work. And so I just thought I would share that. All right, Mary.
Yeah, that one.
Language of the Quran.
Yes. So there is a huge confusion here, guys, because people are confusing the differences between a script and a language. So, and for the new people coming to the channel, no, I am not Islamic. So the script is the letter system that's something written in, right? So the Latin script is used to write most Northern and Western European languages, even those that even aren't related to Indo-European like Basque and Finnish, right? But a language is what is represented by a script. It's the thing that you talk, right? For example, the Azeri language of Azerbaijan, it's written in both Latin and Cyrillic scripts. It's one language, but it's written in two scripts. By writing it in two scripts, you don't turn it into two languages, okay? We've broken Professor Yaffle now. We've broken her. I like that. She says, I'm never going to be able to draw a Venn diagram again. You won't without thinking about that, because she does it all the time. All right. So the question is the Quran Aramaic? Is it like a special Kufan dialect of Northern Arabic? Is it an artificial pure Arabic made up in the 8th century? Is it a traditional poetic form of pure Arabic, or is it a unique form of Arabic created by Allah? These are all questions. These are all questions that scholars of various places have actually made. So these have all been put forward by different people at different times in different places who are legitimate people as questions. Is it any of these? right? But the question is, should it be a pure Arabic that transcends dialects, like, again, the special poetic register? Should it be Hijazi Arabic, the Arabic that was spoken natively in the mountains of the Hijaz? Should it be a combination of many dialects of Arabic? Because people will tell you that each one of the different versions of the Quran today, they're qira'at, and that they are each a dialect. They will tell you that. So then it should be many dialects of Arabic, or should it be Sabaic Arabic, which unfortunately some people are publicizing right now, and that never existed. So all these candidates of what it is and what it should be are in the Semitic language family. So the question is, what is the Semitic language family? So if you go back even further back before the Semitic folks, right, you will find this group called the Circum-Arabian Pastoral Nomadic Complex, which was this large expansion of people that happened really early in the history after people started farming and domesticated animals, and the first pastoralists really spread out to areas of Africa. Now, the actual timelines here are wrong. So that greater than 15,000 years ago is completely wrong. We know it's wrong. It's based on glottal chronological analysis, which is basically figuring out how different languages are that are actually definitely related to each other, and then guessing how long it took for that to happen. This is a completely ineffective manner of dating anything. If you go right now to parts of the coast of the Netherlands, you can find people speaking Frisian. And Frisian is still mutually intelligible with Old English. So the Frisian language has changed so little that somebody from the year 900 in England could have a conversation with them without a problem. And today, an English speaker would be like, yeah, there are some words I could pick out in there, but we cannot have a language. It is a different language now because English has changed so much away from Old English. So obviously, you cannot date, since one is basically the same as it, virtually the same as it was 1,000 years ago, and the other one is totally unrecognizable. You cannot date languages just by saying, oh, how much has it changed? It must be this long ago. So this actually happened around the 10th millennium BC based on archaeology and dating bones and doing DNA tests and stuff like this. It did not happen greater than 15,000 years ago. All right, the people of this group spoke something downstream of a Proto-Afro-Asiatic and brought the language into Africa, where it spread into all these other languages on this map, right? There are still these folks up. Now, this 500 AD shows green, and we're actually going to talk about the people who are like the pre-green people who became the Semitic speakers. So by 500 AD, really, there were two main language families only, or language clusters. But we're going to talk about all the people who would be included in the green that's now over in the Arabian area there.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So the first expansion of these guys who were still in Arabia here, and they were mostly in this kind of northern portion of Arabia for the most part, fairly concentrated in there. We're going to talk about the folks who are hanging out here in this northwest area that are now going to expand again. And the first expansion from this new Semitic homeland, it went out and overlaid the Circum-Arabian pastoral nomadic complex folks that had been left behind and spoke this Afro-Asiatic language. So it was like a subgroup of them went out and kind of erased the languages that were already there that were related to them. Now, on here, this origin of Afro-Asiatic on this map is totally wrong. It's been disproven. But the map here for the Semitic language expansion is actually useful and is more or less true-ish, okay? So there's another example. For example, the Gallic Celtic that is still spoken in Wales to some extent, right? It is, and also the early English language as well was overlaid by Latin on. So these other languages got overlaid by Latin, even though they are within the same really large language family of Indo-European. They're not all Latinate, but the Germanic languages, the Celtic languages, Latinate languages, they're all within the family of Indo-European. But the Celtic and the Germanic languages got overlaid by other things in different places.
So
All
real
right.
quick here, 2 comments from the audience. Nicodemus says, typical U-boob pro-Islamic pro-terrorism fundraiser ad video upon entrance. Uwe. Well, make sure to watch the required 15 seconds so that they're charged for that, because you want their funds to be drained. And also, I like it when there's Islamic ads on my videos, because that means YouTube thinks that Muslims are going to watch it and they'll recommend it to Muslims. So I am happy when there are Islamic ads on a Christian video, personally. Sky Apologetics asks how you got into this stuff, Mary.
Really, it was because my college professors lied to me. I am older than I look. I was in college during 9/11, and I had minored in religious studies. And you minor in religious studies, and you read a silly little book that talks about how Islam is all about pure monotheism and the 5 pillars and praying a whole bunch. And then people fly planes into buildings, and you're like, somebody's got this wrong. Why is it that the Islamic religion is the only religion that we don't actually study the religious text of? Everybody else, every other religious study or religion that I've studied, we've read the actual religious texts. Even the stuff that's like really odd and obscure and difficult to wrap your brain around, we read it, but not this. Why is that? So this is really how I got into it. It took me a while because there weren't very many resources out back then, but I started doing more stuff more heavily after I did blogging the Quran, which was first put out by Robert Spencer in like 2008. I did some stuff then, and then I just stopped for another 5 years, 6 years, and then I started up again probably 2016-ish. So I'm not 60, but yes, I am older than I look. All right. I pretty much told you how old I was. I was in college in 2001.
Mm-hmm.
So from these Semitic homelands, this kind of green bit here, the first big expansion was East Semitic. So by the 4th millennium BC, East Semitic has separated from what we might call Proto-Semitic, like the home language. This language is Akkadian and Eblaite, which are spoken in Ebla, and Akkadian became Babylonian, Assyrian later on. They're probably not very different from other versions at this point, but they will diverge over time. And only East Semitic is written down this early, so we can't really say how fast other folks diverge or how slowly they diverge because they're not written yet. They adapt Sumerian cuneiform to their own language and start using it like for syllables and stuff, because before it was like mostly symbolic. So we have, yes, the Islamic Fountain of Youth that I have apparently found, according to John Scott's comment, is sunblock. Sunblock's good. So.
And we're proud of that.
Indeed. So.
I mean, we got to be proud of sunblock. What's there not to
Hmm.
be proud of? You got to block out the sun when it's not in its muddy pool.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. So um, you can see here these different branches. So we're talking about East Semitic here. This first one kind of branch out, and West Semitic's now hanging out. Of course, there are people moving around, but the folks who will expand and then take over other people and replace their language, so it's the only language we know about, they're still kind of all bunched together, right? So uh, we find the second big expansion is the earliest South Arabian expansion. So in the 200s BC or 2000s, excuse me, BC, immigrants from the Semitic homeland are coming into the South with better farming and irrigation techniques. This overlays those Afro-Asiatic speakers who were there before. Interestingly, the people in Oman are now linguistically fixed. So, like, their language is called Modern South Arabian because there are still some people who speak it, but their language came and arrived at this time, so it arrives actually before the kind of South Arabian called the Old South Arabian. Not very useful here. Terminology, it's a little bit, but people didn't know how old things were whenever they were naming all of this stuff, right? Um,
Yeah, and that's very common in languages to name it old, middle, late, tough stuff like that because it is often kind of arbitrary where one language begins and another ends, and
but
thus
the problem
it's
is
easier just
that
to say old,
well,
right?
the problem is that
Well,
the
I mean,
modern is older than the old, technically, if you're
oh,
talking about. That's what I'm saying. So because it's still spoken now, it's called modern. But since Old South Arabian stopped being spoken, it's called old. But it hasn't developed yet. It hasn't arrived yet. Now,
gotcha,
Yemen,
gotcha.
yeah. So it's confusing. Yemen does speak the direct ancestor to the Ethiopic languages at this time. And this is something that confused all of these family trees for a really long time before they very recently decided on this picture of things based on the evidence. And most people are now in agreement about how all of this is related. So we have folks in Yemen who are speaking one of these languages that are closely associated with modern South Arabian and will be the ancestor of Ethiopic, but it'll get wiped out in just a little bit. It gets wiped out by, or excuse me, we're still talking about modern South Arabian, which is what's spoken in Yemen still. There are these different dialects or sublanguages. Some people consider it a language family, some people consider it dialects. It really depends. But there are still areas in which there are native speakers of these languages in Oman and then little bits of Yemen, right? Um, What's really interesting is that they appear to preserve a few features of Afro-Asiatic that nobody else does. And it may be because they arrived there and mixed with the people speaking the Afro-Asiatic. It may not be something that was proper to Proto-Semitic when they arrived, which is pretty cool to think about. But it's maybe the most conservative of the dialects may be found here of all the Semitic, but it's really not well researched yet. Now, there is another expansion, and is the expansion of the Amorites. That is this kind of group here, this Central Semitic group here uh, expands out and takes over a lot of Sumerian cities. They found Babylon. However, there are so many East Semitic speakers that the West Semites there switched to the local East Semitic language. So Babylon turns out to be East Semitic speaking, even though it was founded by these West Semites ethnically. Now, they've probably already overlaid previous expansions, Levant. Abraham is part of one of the later waves of this expansion, even though the true Amorites are distinguished from Abraham and his family in the Bible to people out in Sumer that say, nope, they're just all Amorites. We don't care. But they distinguish between them within their own groups, right? He comes from Ur, north of Haran, not Ur, way out in Babylon. He comes from Ur, north of Haran, as the ancient tradition says, and he comes down into the Levant. Then shortly after, many go into Egypt. Not just Abraham's descendants, but a lot of other people from the Levant go into Egypt because of the dry spells, and two main waves that are attested in the archaeology. Some take over and they establish the Hyksos dynasty. Lots of people still think they're called shepherd kings because that's what Manetho thought it meant, who was an old historian. That is not what it means. It means ruler of foreign lands. We know this now from being actually able to read the ancient texts. So while they're there, they adopt the informal hieratic script that was based on hieroglyphics, and they use that. They use the consonants. They had a consonantal system there. They use those consonants for the consonants of their own language, so they start using it to write the consonants of their own language. This script is called Proto-Sinaitic, and these folks remain in close contact with the Levant. You can find like graffiti of people going back and forth. Their language separates into this kind of northwest Semitic cluster, along with the people who are still in the Levant, and the people in Egypt are probably all northwest Semitic speakers at this point. And so Arabic is kind of this outgroup hanging out with Central Semitic now. So what's up with that? Who are they? Where are they? Now, the people who were in Egypt were expelled in stages. So a lot of people are coming out of Egypt. One of the cities that they were in was the largest city in the world at the time that they were leaving Egypt. Okay. And so that would cause massive displacement in the people that they were coming into. Sort of like when the Mongols expanded, they moved other people around and forced other migrations to happen. Same thing's happening here. So what happens? They push out those central Semites that are described here just as Arabic, but they are more than Arabic speakers. They're not yet speaking anything like what we call Arabic now. And one of these groups get pushed into South Arabia, and that forms the Old South Arabian. And somehow, somewhere before they're established here, before their language takes over, the folks who had been in South Arabia had established a colony in Ethiopia, and that's why Ethiopia speaks like an older arrived dialect than the folks who are speaking what we call Old South Arabian, even though it's kind of newer. It developed later, right? So this is also reflected very interestingly in the Bible, where you find in Job, all of a sudden there's Sheba running around near Job. You're like, what's Sheba doing up there by Job? Well, this is the Sheba that is described as descending from the Semites, rather than the Sheba that was described as descending from the Cush. So the Table of Nations and the other passages, they're like national identities. And the eventual Old South Arabian people, they were a mixed group. And so the portion that would arrive down there and mix had not yet arrived. They were still hanging up there with Job, as Job is written like right around the time Moses is coming out, or around the time that the Israelites are kind of nearby in the wilderness. Around that time is right when Job is, based on where everybody is placed in that text. I found it really interesting that you actually could tell when Job was, because people were like, oh, you can't, it's too vague. It's like, no, actually there's details there. You could tell where Job was. All right. So an important point is that when the Central Semites go down into Yemen, they take with them the Old South Arabian script. They learned this from the people who were coming from Egypt. And so now there's writing down there for the first time, and it's based on this early Proto-Sinaitic script, very similar to that. And it also jumped across the sea to Ethiopia where you'll find this script that is very directly derived from this and doesn't have any of the aspects that we consider to be like, that we find in later Hebrew, modern Hebrew, right? Or modern Arabic writing or anything like that. Very different looking system. And based on the Bible, the Israelites seem to be the last of the groups to leave out of Egypt as a big group. They're the last ones to get expelled, and they had been kept as like oppressed workers for longer. Now, something that's really interesting is the layers of migration caused really interesting looking people in these various places. This Mehri girl over here, she is no more black than I am. She is no more black than any Northern European, if you're defining black as being sub-Saharan African. So they arrived there so early that they hadn't picked up any of the depigmentation mutations. So the reason that they're called Kush is that they were originally very dark-skinned. But with the Semitic peoples came the biggest depigmentation mutations that spread very heavily with the spread of the people, so that you get your typical Saudi today. And then if you're able to choose the whiter girls, then you get even paler. But in general, you get this big difference between the folks who are most like the ancestral circum-Arabian pastoral nomadic complex folks and those who are from the Semitic expansion, which had the depigmentation mutations that also became very prevalent in Iran and was carried into Europe by people from the Middle East. People in Europe are as pale as they are now because they have their own unique European mutations piled on top of these main mutations that came from this area. So when there is contempt expressed in the Islamic sources for dark-skinned people, they don't mean just sub-Saharan Africans. They mean the folks who had these ancestral genetics that aren't as clearly from the Semitic expansion, as well as the Ethiopian that they considered to be a separate race too. So they considered there to be the race of the Zanj, the race of the kind of dark-skinned Arabs, and because they would later consider these folks to be Arabs, and then they also considered there to be the Ethiopians to be a separate race as well. All right. So after a while, two final Semitic big branches take shape. The first one is a Northwest Semitic, which has Hebrew, Moabite, Phoenician, Ammonite, Edomite, right, at this time. And that's all in the Canaanite cluster. And a lot of these were mutually intelligible and remain mutually intelligible. And then there's this Aramaic cluster, which is Aramaic and all of its dialects. It was not intelligible to Canaanite speakers without learning, though it was very easy to pick up. For example, in the Bible, you have cases where people are like shouting in, some foreigners come in and they're shouting in Hebrew, and the king's like, don't speak in Hebrew, speak in your language so that the common people don't understand you. And they're like, nope, we want them to understand, and then shout their threats some more, right? So they couldn't understand without learning. It was not mutually intelligible. So it truly is a different language, not a dialect. There are some other languages, Ugaritic and some others that died out pretty early on, so we don't care about them. And then there is so really in this Northwest Semitic, all we care about is the so-called Canaanite or Hebrew Canaanite cluster, and then the Aramaic cluster. That's all we care about. And then there's this group that's ancient North Arabian, which was originally written. And a very important point, there's an original script for each of these clusters. So the Phoenician / Paleo-Hebrew / whatever you want to call it script was used by the Canaanite cluster in slightly different forms. Different, like, kings would have their own particular handwriting that they preferred of this basic alphabet without, it's called uh, uh, abjad or ajbad. Can't remember which. Anyway, that it's a consonantal alphabet, right? And then Aramaic had its own script, which was distinct from the Phoenician Paleo-Hebrew script. They all come from the Sinai script, the Proto-Sinaitic script, but they are very different. Now, ancient North Arabian completely adapted the ancient or old South Arabian scripts. Eventually, Arabic, which will be the only survivor of ancient North Arabian that survives now, it will switch to an Aramaic-derived script. Now, note that Paleo-Hebrew among the Hebrews largely switched to the Aramaic or Aramaic-derived script too. So just because you switch scripts doesn't mean you're switching languages. So we have 3 different language clusters with 3 distinct scripts, and 2 of these scripts either completely die out or mostly die out, because the Samaritans still actually use a Paleo-Hebrew derived script now. Now, among the North Arabian peoples, there are 2 language clusters, even though there are tons of different scripts that develop out of this ancient South Arabian early script. The nomadic cluster is called Safavidic Arabic or Proto-Arabic, and then later Arabic and all of its different dialects. Old Arabic, that at some point possessed the traits of classical Arabic, was only written from the 4th century onward, probably like 4th century AD onward. Its distinctive traits developed quite late. Many dialects continued to develop outside of the stream and are still called Arabic today. That's what's really wild about the term Arabic, because it includes languages that were never, are not what we call classical. The aspects found in classical Arabic were never found in these languages ever at any time. But because they are surviving nomadic languages from this cluster, they're still called Arabic, and they're just called dialects, even though normally you'd call them languages. So there's some political stuff here too, to the identities of language versus dialect and everything else. So the relation between forms of Arabic spoken today are not really necessarily from a completely unified singular ancient North Arabian ancestor. There may have been multiple versions of ancient North Arabian that developed in contact with other languages from Proto-Semitic and with each other and stuff. So they are quite difficult to classify in the classical sort of this one, then this one, then this one, because they seem to be a lot more cousins than brothers and sisters. So there were also the oases dialector languages. These are not really a cluster. They get grouped together because they aren't the nomadic cluster and they don't share the common or frequent traits of the cluster. Daidanic, Taimanitic, Hismatic, and all of those are considered to be oasis dialects or languages of this ancient North Arabian.
Pause there for a second. So in case you haven't been following, the idea here is that there's many languages, right? There's many languages being spoken in the region, which is not unusual. This is actually the norm throughout human history, that languages often were only spoken by one tribe that might be 1,000 people or something, right? That would speak this language. And then people would speak, in a different tribe, they speak a different language, but then they could communicate with each other, either because the languages were similar enough that they could kind of figure out what they were saying, or because they used a third language. Then you have scripts. Now, scripts are rarer. Often many languages share one script, but also often one language can be written in more than one different script. So when you see a script, you can't necessarily know what the language is. It may not be intuitive to you, but this is the case today, right? Most European languages are going to use the Latin script. We're all using the same lettering system, but we're speaking very different languages. And the same is true when you look at ancient languages, because it's a lot harder to invent an alphabet than it is to derive a new language, because you derive a new language just by usage and isolation, whereas an alphabet or a script takes creative energy and eventually requires professional scribal training in order to be able to be intelligible to other people.
Yep,
All
everybody
right.
has to
Hopefully
share
that's clear.
that script. Yep, yep. And you notice that there are going to be changes where everybody's going to be like adapting. Every large group is going to adapt an Aramaic based script, but that doesn't turn Hebrew into an Aramaic language. It won't turn any of the Arabic into an Aramaic language. Very important to keep in mind. Now, there is no such thing as Sabaic Arabic. This is really important, folks. People are using this word and it means nothing. That's like saying Portuguese Spanish or Spanish Portuguese or worse Portuguese French, right? It doesn't exist. The Old South Arabian is an entirely different language cluster than Aramaic or Arabic. So it really is more like Portuguese French because there's like clusters of French language, Languedoc and Languedoc, and there's in Spanish, there the Iberian Peninsula, there's Catalan, Portuguese, Castellano. All of these are different languages within families, but these are farther apart cousins. So Old South Arabian is a farther apart cousin to Arabic and an even farther apart to Aramaic. They're not dialects of one another. They're different languages. There's no such thing as Sabaic Arabic. Nobody should ever use this term. It's got to stop. It is a serious error, and it's caused by accepting bad Islamic history from Muhammad that wrongly calls the Yemeni kingdoms Khatanite Arabs and says that they spoke pure Arabic. So according to the Islamic sources, the people in Yemen are the first people to speak pure Arabic. That's total nonsense. Arabic arrived there fairly late. Muhammad was full of nonsense. Quit calling this Sabaic Arabic. It was Old South Arabian. Muhammad thought that the actual Arabic dialects that were then being spoken in there, because over time, Old South Arabian kind of got overwhelmed by continuous influxes from the north. And so lots of people mostly spoke dialects of actual Arabic. And Muhammad thought that Arabic, not Old South Arabian, was the original language of this area. And then it's the purest Arabic and the original Arabic and all of this stuff. He was just totally wrong about this. They were latecomers. There's nothing correct about this at all whatsoever. So,
real quick, I
yeah.
want to emphasize why this is important. Someone might say, well, what's the big deal? You misused the term. We know what you're talking about. Well, the problem is that it makes you look like you have no clue, right? Even if everything else you say is right, if you use the wrong term, then it makes someone who's just coming across a video or whatever, and they actually know, they're like, this guy has no clue whatsoever, and then they just completely dismiss everything you have to say. And I'm sure this will shock the audience to know, but Muslims are looking for any excuse to dismiss our arguments. So we need to be careful and not just casually throw around nonsense terms as if we're saying something important.
Exactly. And the worst part is that people, the same folks who are saying Sabaic Arabic, are completely confused by the fact that Old South Arabian scripts were used early on by Arabic speakers, and they think that because these scripts were used in the Hijaz, that the Hijaz was a place where people spoke the language that was native to Yemen. They did not. The language that is native to Yemen, to Sheba or Saba, from which Sabaic would come, is Old South Arabian. Old South Arabian. It was only spoken in Yemen. So here there are, here is a map. It also shows across, it's kind of annoying that the green is there because yes, for a while the Ethiopic folks did control Najran, but there's no indication that that was their main language there. But this shows some of the Old South Arabian dialects spoken in the red and the blue and kind of the khaki and the purple there. So these are not Arabic. It was never spoken in the Hijaz except for by people who are like traveling through on their way to the north, right? So if I pass through a place, that doesn't make the native language of that place the language that I'm speaking, right? I can go through Thailand. That doesn't make Thailand's native language properly English. You can write, say, the Thai people decide to start writing Thai using the English alphabet. That would not make their language suddenly English either. So this confusion is very, very damaging. People need to stop saying this. Just no more. No. Arabic was spoken in the Hijaz from the first time that any writing appears and can be is long enough to be distinguished. It's clearly Arabic. It is not Old South Arabian. It is not Aramaic, nothing else. It's Arabic. Okay? It's just in the older Old South or ancient South Arabian script, and then later on changes to a different script. Okay? Now, this Old South Arabian was really rare by the 6th century AD, although it was still the governmental written language and until after Abraha, when the Oxamites came over and conquered and stuff, they were still making inscriptions in this Old South Arabian. And then after the collapse of the last kingdom there, the last native kingdom, it seems to have disappeared. But as a written language and it was really decreasing as a spoken language by the time the Arabs took over. But that allowed Muhammad to think that the dialects of Arabic that were now spoken there by the newcomers were somehow the most ancient language that was native, and these people speaking this other language were just weirdos. That's basically what the Muslims thought, that the people who were speaking the remnants of Old South Arabian before it went completely extinct, they were just weirdos. No. Just everybody's got the wrong end of the stick because they're reading the Islamic sources and like overlaying these Khatanite Arabs where they don't belong in a time when they didn't exist.
All right, so let me take a couple comments while we have a pause here, starting with a super chat from Marcos.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose this great opportunity? Remember, when the person is on his deathbed, the last minute, he will ask Allah Jalla wa Ala to be delayed for 1 second to do what? Not to pray, not to do other things, but to give sadaqah, because sadaqah you can give it just like this, in 1 second.
He says, Salam al-Masih to everyone, especially to Thaddeus and the gorgeous Too Many Marys, respectfully calling you gorgeous. Thank you very much for that donation and your support. And Grow Better points out that donations don't hurt. They meaning you and I, put a lot into this, and there's proof that we are tolerant because Grow Better is still here. So thank you for that encouragement. I use the funds to pay for ministry related things, video editing, and the software to power the live stream is a subscription, and so on and so forth. I don't make any profit off this, so I do appreciate the donations that at least allow me to not be donating all of my money in addition to all of my time to the ministry. So I do appreciate that.
Okay, if you could pull up, there are two. One person is asking, wait, is it a North African dialect? No. Both the Circum-Arabian pastoral nomadic complex that brought the Afro-Asiatic language, they were from the whole Arabian Peninsula / northern area, and also the Semitic homeland is actually north of Palmyra on this map here. So if you see the itty bitty dot at the very far north, the homeland of the Semitic peoples is north of that. So that's really where there were just successive waves where the newer people would come and displace the language of their own cousins, right? And then another group would come and conquer, and they'd displace their cousin's language. So that's why it seems like it's like, but these languages, like they all came here. Where were the other people? They were their own cousins. They just kind of, their languages did not survive. Another statement that I found that several people have made is that the word Quran is a Syriac word meaning Qaryana, which means daily readings, and that is incorrect. People keep saying this, and it is not true. So it is true that that is a Syriac word, but Quran is an Arabic word. These are cousin languages. The one you need to bring up is Rocky Tomi or Roki Tomi, who just posted this. So they are cousin languages. They are, one is not from the other. They're from the same root. And the root is to declare or cry out or read aloud. So these are both authentic words in their own languages. Now, the Quran was not called the Quran from the beginning. It was not called the Quran for a long time. The first name for this assembled book that was put together later that was actually called something as opposed to like the Injil or the Torah, the first thing that was called was Furqan. It was not called Quran first, right? It was not Quran. It was Furqan. So that is a really huge blow against the idea that it was originally an Aramaic term that was then adapted because it's a late appearance. Now, the reason why it's used is because Muhammad stole from Isaiah 40, which is one of the only passages that he actually had access to any part of it in some form that he could understand. And it starts out with a command to cry out, and that's kara, I believe, in the, or one r kara in the Hebrew. And he basically stole that for his narrative of the demon hugging him and squeezing him, telling him to read. That's the same word. So it can either be read or proclaim or cry out or all of that. And so multiple times to prove that he's authentically this dude in Isaiah 40, he'll use the proclamation or the reading or the declaration in the book. And so that eventually got adapted as the name of the book. All right. So
there's one other question that I wanted to bring up. Morkay says, since I missed the beginning of the stream, is Arabic today a new Arabic?
Well, which Arabic today? So there's Standard Arabic, which is descended from Classical Arabic, the Modern Standard Arabic, and I'll be talking about what that is exactly. And then there are all the dialects, and they're living languages, so they keep continuing to develop like every language does, right? They keep changing. So, like, which Arabic? Sort of, kind of, sort of yes, sort of no. So it's very, so there's a funny question. Which Mary is this? Sister of Lazarus, the mother of John Mark? I can't believe we're hearing a legend. There are too many Marys, you see, for Muhammad to keep straight. So I am one of the too many Marys that there are for Muhammad. So.
And I just wanted to point out that Grow Better corrected me. They did not refer to you and I, Mary. It referred to us plus the cat, because the cat is the actual star of the show.
That is true.
So we wouldn't want to leave Artemis out of the equation for sure.
All right. So I keep hammering this home, but it's really important. The South Arabian scripts were first used for Old South Arabian languages. The first version was translated there, transported there by the earliest traders or conquerors from Levant around 1400 to 1000 BC. The same script was later used for Arabic. All the red and black words over here on this map, like the blue words are places, the red and black words are scripts. All of them are ancient North Arabian inscriptions written in different South Arabian derived scripts. So only the green, which is really hard to see, are South Arabian languages, which were obviously written in the old South Arabian scripts. All the other ones, they are all black and red. They are all written in these South Arabian scripts, but they are not South Arabian languages. They're North Arabian. If you saw Thamudic, which was derived from Old South Arabian, you would expect it to be a northern language because it is derived from it and is a slightly different, its own thing, slightly different, and is used only for these northern languages. All right. So it does have letters for all consonants of Arabic. It does not have vowels. People are going around saying, you wouldn't have to invent the harakat. You know, you wouldn't have to invent these, harakat, not harakat. You wouldn't have to invent the harakat because there's a letter for every sound. No, there isn't. There's a letter for every consonant. From Old South Arabian to Arabic, there is a letter for every single consonant that there is. It does not have vowels. No vowels. Okay. All Arabs later switched to the Aramaic alphabet. There are 0 people by the 5th century AD writing Arabic in any other alphabet. There is no Arabic being written in any other alphabet except for like perhaps these weird purple ones that are weird outliers, and we're not even, but these are not Arabic. These are other languages, right? So there is no Arabic written in any other alphabet except for the Aramaic alphabet by the 5th century. So remember, Arabic never developed its own alphabet. It's always had a borrowed one. First it borrowed from the south, then it borrowed from the north. It switched over. All Arabic inscriptions are now in this Aramaic derived script. Therefore, the right alphabet for the Hijaz in the 7th century is Aramaic. It can't be anything else because Arabic is not written in anything else. And the language there was Arabic, and it was written in the only script that Arabic was written in at that time. It is true that when Arabic speakers decided to switch to Aramaic alphabet, they lost being able to distinguish some of the consonants from each other, which seems like a really stupid thing to do. But if your levels of education aren't very high and everybody's using Aramaic writing Aramaic, and a lot of people are still speaking Aramaic in these areas, and it's a really useful language, and you got to learn to write it anyway, well, then you'll just take what you already have learned and use it to write your own rather than trying to learn a new alphabet. Learning an alphabet is kind of a pain.
Mm-hmm.
So
real quick, this is unrelated to anything you said, but I have to get this out here from Una. She's unrelated, but how did you get the name Artemis? And I'm not what I'm not informs her that we have been refuted. We are destroyed because Artemis is a pagan god. This is proof that Christianity is pagan and false. Ham deli lamb.
Nice.
Yeah, and indeed, that is.
Yep. Hold down the fort for a second because I want to refill my my hot water. Sorry, I forgot to refill it ahead of time.
Absolutely. And that is indeed where Artemis' name comes from. My wife and son decided that we'd start naming our cats after Greek or Roman gods. So that is Artemis. She has a brother who is named Apollo, who is the brother of the deity Artemis in the pantheon. So completely accurate naming of cats. But she decided that she wanted to get up. Maybe she'll come back in a little bit. She hopped in my lap, but you can't see her, so I will take off that from the stream. While we're waiting on Mary, let me take a super chat from Jack Ray.
Wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds a Muslim can do. There's a huge need for it. You know this and I know this. So that makes the reward even greater. So give generously and Allah Azza wa Jal will give you even more.
So thank you for that donation. And always remember that wasting your time on social media is a very good deed, according to my edit of Muhammad Hijab. Professor Yaffle pointed out that Jack Gray has more points than me. That's quite an achievement. Just shows you how much, how often Jack is making super chats that he manages to have more points than even I do. So thank you for that.
Nice. So I just bought this so that I can potentially stream with it. Makes everything super reflective so you can read everything on my screen, but that's fine.
What the heck?
Whenever I don't want to wear, if I don't want to wear my niqab or put on makeup.
Okay. Zane says David Wood vibes. I'm going to take that as a very high compliment. Thank you very much, Zane.
And I hope you guys are realizing why this is so important, because if people are telling you, hey, if this is from the Hijaz, we should find it written. And I keep pronouncing Hijaz and Hijaz interchangeably because half the time I'm doing it with a more English pronunciation, half the time with more Arabic. Sorry, you are being no consistency for me whatsoever. But anyway, if it's from the Hijaz, we should see it in this old South Arabian or this Sabaic Arabic. No, the language is Arabic, and the only writing system in use for Arabic at the time was from Aramaic. The only one. These things are all old, way too old for that. So I hope that kind of clears things up. And whenever people say that, go, can you stop saying that, please? It's not cool.
So 2 comments. First from Thaddeus56, who accused me of stealing his name in the last chat. Says that Mary's been walking so long that she's finally reached Mecca. Congratulations, Mary. You've made it all the way to Mecca, apparently. But
Yes.
a relevant comment here from Matthias Alexander. Why are you guys talking like Muhammad was a real person? Because he was. He's not a prophet of God, and he's not like he's not even an average human being. He's a horrific human being, but he was a real person. And the people pushing the idea that he wasn't, their theories are not credible. I'll
and
just
this
be
is
blunt and say they're not
this
credible.
is one of the cornerstones of their theory, is this language. It's the wrong language. If that's the cornerstone of your theory and it's the right language, not only is it Arabic, but I'm going to show how it is Hijazi Arabic in a little bit. So he was not a prophet. He was he was the biggest, most obvious fraud. He was such a clear fraud that he was in a city of 3,000-ish Jews, right? And one grifter converted to Islam before he started killing people. So, yes, I'm sitting inside the Kaaba and I put up a cross because I thought that the Kaaba needed that. I replaced the one that they took down.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So spread of Aramaic is shown here. Originally, Aramaic was only spoken, well, the lighter one is actually the older and the darker ones are newer, because this shows the Arabic, or Aramaic rather, at its maximum spread. It was made the official language of the Persian Empire. Even though the Persians did not speak Aramaic, they're like, well, this is a really useful language to run our empire over here in because enough people know it. It's basically what they were saying. You know, it's the language. At that time, Babylon was now speaking Aramaic. And so they're like, let's use the language that everybody knows and already has a writing system, because Persian was still unwritten. They were still illiterates at that time. I really ticked off some Persians the other day by saying that, but they literally were. And in 552 BC, there was no writing system for Persian. And so that it was just way easier to administrate the country in a language that lots of people spoke in certain parts of it, and already had a well-developed writing system that was pretty easy to learn as far as writing systems back there went, because a lot of them were just plain silly. Like, I'm sorry guys, cuneiform was a silly writing system that existed for so long just because it was easier than forcing everyone to learn something new. But since everyone was having to learn something new, they were like, yeah, let's skip this and go to the Aramaic instead. This is ridiculous. So this shows the maximum spread. Now, native Nabateans who are over here in basically in Jordan, and they're kind of south and northern modern Saudi Arabia, right? They were they had natively become Aramaic speakers, just like the people of Judea had natively become Aramaic speakers by the time their kingdom came around, and then by the time they got assimilated, they were native in the cities. They were native Greek speakers by then, by the time they were conquered. So even though the official language for administration remained Aramaic, as soon as Petra fell, boom, in 106 AD, there was not another written inscription or paper or anything that we have found that was ever written again in Aramaic, because so many people were already using Greek as their main language, right? So the Hebrew, other Northwest Semitic languages, they slowly died out as spoken languages. Hebrew is only remembered as a ritual language after this point. And so of course did all those other languages died out as well, while Arabic was the language of the people, and that there were some oases dialects that were still kicking around at this time. So the Aramaic script again was spread by the Achaemenid Empire along with the Aramaic language. It was adopted by Jews to write Hebrew, both biblical Hebrew and later forms of Judean Hebrew. They developed their own letter shapes derived from Aramaic letters. Stupid people created the documentary hypothesis from the mere observation that the Hebrew script derives from Aramaic. So they assumed that the Bible must be more recent than the script, at least in its current compilation. Because, of course, we know you can't use a different script to write something that already exists. However, this script was rejected by the Samaritans in the 600s BC, or excuse me, in the 500s BC. I don't know why I wrote 600s, but in the 500s BC, they kept using their Paleo-Hebrew script. And they modified it slightly. Oh, it's because that's when Israel got taken over. Anyway, they kept using it to write their Bible and to write Hebrew in, and the current day Samaritan script is a direct descendant, barely modified from the Paleo-Hebrew script. They used it to continue to copy the Bible in. And so that means that this documentary hypothesis, that this was all compiled by Ezra, that it was all made up at this time, it was put together from pieces, is a failure. Because what it would entail is that these folks who are the Samaritans decided to adopt as their holy book something that had not existed yet, transfer it into an archaic writing system that wasn't in use for anything of the time, then adopt the identity of one of the bad guys in the very text that Ezra had supposedly compiled. This is insane. The other alternative is that Ezra was a time traveler and was able to plant his Torah in the past. This is the
well,
level.
I mean, in fairness, they wouldn't necessarily say it was written at that time. They just say it's compiled. So the text would already have been written, and it was just brought together, edited to create a
issue is,
sort of cohesive narrative. I mean, I'm not saying it's a good theory. I'm just saying that you got to be fair with what they're actually claiming.
Yeah. But what did the Samaritans have? They had that compiled, edited book. So
right.
They reject everything else the Jews do. They reject the temple, but they take their edited, compiled book, according to the documentary hypothesis, and also adopt the identity of the bad guys. I mean, it really is an insane hypothesis. But
so
frankly,
Jack Ray says Mary. Yeah. Well, Jack Ray says Mary doesn't beat around the bush. Stupid people. I mean, I wouldn't say it's stupid. I mean, they're actually very creative and clever and smart in that sense. They just have an anti-God bias, and thus come up with novel ideas to get around the authenticity of the text.
Well, it's not just novel, it's absolutely ridiculous. And because they are such enemies to God, they will accept the most ridiculous theories. So we have to make sure that we don't adopt ridiculous theories because they're appealing and pass them around. Go ahead and let the academics continue to do this. If academics want to make stupid ideas and popularize stupid ideas about Islam, that's fine. Let them do so. More power to them. But we should hold ourselves to a more rigorous standard than repeating the silliest thing that pops out of the mouth of an academic. I mean, these are the same people who have now invented mathematics with an X and say that numbers can mean whatever you want them to mean. Do you want to fly in these people's airplanes? No, we do not. It's the same sort of thing. We should not, just because it pops out of the brain of someone who has tenure somewhere, we should not go, hey, that's plausible. So,
not science. To hell with science.
Yeah. That's what the academics are saying now. It's too white, too male, right? How dare those white men?
Yeah. You got to go with the non-white theories, right? All ideas are equally valid, so we need to look at the ideas of that. There's people who have a different skin color, who have none of the. I'm phrasing this purposely, carefully on purpose, because I don't want to actually imply that they're stupid, but they don't have any of the shared heritage, and they haven't been, have all that shared learning history that allows them to make conclusions about the world. Their ideas are just as valid, right? The primitive people who are not exposed to all that rich heritage of ideas built up over time, their ideas are just as valid. So you just throw all the ideas in a mixer and you take whatever you want out of it, and there you go. And that's very true. That is a common idea in academia today.
Yep. So let's not fall into these same things. We should be better than that. Honestly, we need to be better than that, guys. So Syriac, which is a later Aramaic dialect, was also written in a script that derives from the Aramaic script, and early translations of the Bible, of the both the Old Testament and the New Testament, were made into Syriac. The Targums are also written in Levantine Aramaic, but with the Hebrew version of the script. So even with Aramaic, you can be using different scripts for the same thing. So this Nabatean script is what will end up being adapted to write Arabic with. Now, Arabs as a people come from the Syrian desert, this whole area there. Al-Jalad believes that the Proto-Arabic, and he's like the foremost expert on this. He's looked at more of the, he's just had more resources to look at than other people because it's all been compiled. He's done expeditions himself that have discovered lots of new texts, and he and Van Putten have some of the best ideas out there on this stuff, right? Even if Van Putten is kind of a weenie and wants to keep all the Muslims on his right side so he can continue going out into the desert without getting shot.
Hey, good for him, right? I mean, I don't want to get shot either. So if you could get other people to do your dirty work, why not?
So he believes that the Proto-Arabic or Arabic Safavidic language was distinct from the Oasis ANA dialects. That was its own thing that was in its own cluster, apart from these dialects that weren't very closely related. As early as the 900s BC, even though some of the linguistics changes in Arabic or in non-Arabic languages, making them different from the Arabic, hadn't happened yet. The difficulty lies in the poor grouping of Arabic today, along with the fact that the ancient North Arabians are conservative overall. So they don't have a ton of changes from the Proto-Semitic. They're very different from the Proto-Asiatic, but they're not terribly different from the Proto-Semitic. as far as all the Semitic languages go. Many of the innovations that mark Old Arabic occurred much later than the distinction period that he considers the formative period, and some of them that mark Classical Arabic would never happen in some dialects at all. How do you say the in Arabic? Thaddeus, how do you say the?
All.
That's what you think, right? There are some dialects
Yeah.
that do not have al as the determinative now, even
Oh,
today.
really?
But they're still called Arabic because everything that is still existent that descends from ancient North Arabian is grouped together and stamped, it's all Arabic. So if you're going to say, okay, they're all Arabic, then you can't say that an aspect of Arabic is saying al, especially since it was quite late to emerge in the grand scheme of things. Like, is it not its own distinct language until then at all? So it's really confusing. Like, one of the first things that you do looking at rasam, like at a consonantal text, is you go, oh, look, there's an H at the beginning of words. I bet that's Hebrew. Oh, look, there's an L at the beginning of words. I bet that's Arabic. Oh, look, there's an N at the end of words. I bet that's Old South Arabian. But it wouldn't work for all dialects of what's called Arabic now, right? So that's part of the issue. And yes, the Quran is a fraud, and I will explain in a bit how it is a fraud. It has nothing to do with any of this stuff. Yes, Thaddeus.
And Professor Yaffel, I speak Arabic about as well, maybe even a little bit better than the average Muslim. But then you got to remember that more than half of Muslims don't speak Arabic. So.
Yep. So, like, you'd think that would be in every, but that's part of how difficult it is to determine what's Arabic, when it developed, everything else, right? So all the features of classical Arabic, what's called classical Arabic now, which is what modern standard Arabic is based on, okay? If you try to find them in one place at one time, all the features of what's called classical Arabic, it never existed as conversational Arabic, ever. It is from multiple periods of time and squished together into this artificial created language that has different aspects of language from different times, pushed together into this one formal register is what it's formally called. A register is not a dialect because it can go across dialects, or it can be smaller than a dialect, but it is a level of discourse. It's a level of a language. And the high level of a language had some things that had been considered obsolete for a really long time, but you kept it around to speak in a fancy way. And to also communicate well between people with different local dialects in a way that's considered like academic, right? So we'll talk more about that in a moment. It's kind of weird sounding until you realize, hey, wait, this exists in our language too. So ancient North Arabian, it originated in the land of the Arabs proper. That's in that Syrian desert, right? It didn't have any written forms, but it did have one feature, the H causative, which is still retained in a few Arabic words. It's in Tamatic and Didanic. And then over time, that changed to the Hamza causative in Proto-Arabic. That's believed to be a shift from ancient North Arabian as proper. And that just means that whenever you're saying that one thing causes another, then you add a particular consonant in your verb construction. That's all that means. Arabic has some conservative features that other languages don't. It has an article at the beginning. However, that actually got lost for a while and it got re-added back. Some of them have articles at the end. It also has broken plurals, which means that its way of making plurals is like mouse turning into mice. That's called a broken plural, instead of house to houses. That is a regular plural with a regular ending. So instead, it messes with the vowels in the middle, right? Now, Proto-Arabic had lost its definitive article, later reacquired it from its neighbors. And so you'll find null, meaning nothing, han, and under phonetic influence in turning to hal was beginning to be in use even in the Proto-Arabic period. The al that is mainstream in Arabic today is not even used in all dialects of modern Arabic, as I said before. No, it is not African. It is still not African, not interested. Not from Africa, does not arrive in Africa until the conquest of Egypt. So this is not an African language. Proto-Arabic, again, I said, has that hamza, the glottal stop causative. Now, the maf'ul, passive participles, which are actually, everybody knows what they are, even though they're like, I have no idea what this means. So masjid, Muhammad, it's the beginning that's tacked onto words to make it a kind of passive form, right? That is a feature of Proto-Arabic that all Proto-Arabic has. It also lost the final nasalization of singular nouns, so it's like a shorter form of singular nouns, lost a long form of the first person pronoun, so it lost some aspects that the older language had. The feminine ending used to be AT added to, or excuse me, it used to be T or AT, and then in almost all words, it turned into just AT, even though the T is no longer pronounced. But an example of that being of the older form being conserved is whenever you say daughter, it's bint, but it should actually be binat to be super regular, but that's an older form that was archaic and conserved anyway, right? You also have the debate I talked about earlier about white is a lot properly a lot al ilat squished together. Why isn't it ali hal ila hat? They to add that extra syllable. If it had happened at a later stage, you would have had extra syllables. Like that's a subject of debate until people figured out that no, that event had not yet happened in the language when this occurred, right? The plural ending used to be an im, like in Hebrew, right? Like cherubim, right? Cherubim, targumim. That got replaced with
Mohammedim?
yeah. So lots of things that had ims got replaced with ins instead, right? Arabic further diverged from ancient North Arabian. Nabatean Arabic is properly Old Arabic. So you start seeing al and the standard attested dialects. Doesn't appear in all dialects, but in the ones that were written at that time, it starts showing up in all of them eventually until late in the Old Arabic period. Other dialects, again, never would use al. Just to make it really confusing, because you'd think that of all the things you know about Arabic, you know it starts with al, all right? But no, we're going to be confusing. So these Proto-Arabic speakers and later Old Arabic speakers, they lived in the countryside of the land of the former Nabatean kingdom as nomads, as well as, around the various areas of Arabia where there are deserts and you couldn't farm. A lot of them were there. Old Arabic displaced earlier versions of ancient North Arabian in the deserts. The incense trade between the 1st century BC and the early 4th century AD made them very rich and probably really accelerated this replacement. It's probably when tons of Arabic speakers finally arrived in Yemen and kind of took over there very heavily. So nomad-related people became more numerous as time went on, especially as the plague ravaged the settled areas. Remember what I keep saying, if you want to have grandchildren, don't live in the big city. It's true then, it's true now. Originally, it was believed that the Nabatean kingdom only used Aramaic as a written language and spoke an early Arabic language, but we now know that this is false. They were Aramaic speakers by that time, but the dialect of Arabic that came to be spoken in the area of south of what is The southernmost extent of Nabatea, right before it was conquered, was heavily Arabic speaking and came to be more and more Arabic speaking. That got called Nabatean Arabic. And they thought that, oh, it just wasn't attested in the writing. Instead, Aramaic was. No, it's actually a new arrival or a new development. But it still has that name. Old Arabic didn't even exist at the same time that Nabatea proper did, like as a kingdom. So it's the terminology is just really confusing. We don't know exactly who spoke Old Arabic with all of its traits first because it came from people who didn't write very much but who moved around a lot. It was probably from the Nejd or the Syrian desert. So these kind of northern areas here, and pretty much where that circle is. That circle's larger and a little bit more to the south. So what's really important is that the townspeople of Petra never spoke Arabic before the Islamic conquest. Okay? They didn't speak Arabic. There's no Arabic there. Occasionally, people with Arab names would come through, but the townspeople were not Arabic speakers. The townspeople of Dayton and Al-Hijr originally spoke Daytonite, and this was during the Lichionite period. But they came to speak this Nabatean Arabic and the 300s AD, even as the populations massively declined in those cities overall, because you had more of these pastoral people coming in, and the townspeople are leaving or dying out. And because they were there, where this Nabatean Aramaic script was, they picked up the script at that time, right? The Nabateans wrote their dialect of Aramaic in the Aramaic script that became more distinct over time and more Nabatean. Again, after 106, no Aramaic appears in Petra. Not in language, not in script. No Arabic appears in Petra. Not in language and not in script. Aramaic at any time until the conquest, right? No Arabic. The closest we come are some Arab names that are written in Greek text. Aramaic continued to be used in Al-Hijr and Dayton. There, the Nabatean Aramaic script came to be used for that Nabatean, that is the local Arabic dialect, that is their language. By the 4th century, it is Nabatean-derived Arabic script, that script that had reached Najran, and it was used in the Hijaz. It spread eastward to other oases like Duma, where there's a 5th century Christian inscription in the Arabic script that is derived from that Nabatean written language. This replaced the South Arabian scripts. Why? We don't know fully. Most of the South Arabian inscriptions seem to be linked to pagan traditions, so maybe as many Arabs became Christians, they didn't see the point of making inscriptions and forgot how to write in Arabic the way they had before, and when they started writing again, they learned the alphabet that was mostly in use. South Arabian scripts and Nabatean Aramaic script were not used at the same time in different places. They were used at different times and in modified letter forms that are properly Arabic. Eventually, they came to be used in the same places. So they're used in the same places, but in different times. Folks who are telling you that if it's in the Hijaz, it should be in these old South Arabian scripts are incorrect. Both scripts were used in the Hijaz before the time of Islam, and only the Nabatean-derived Arabic script was in use at the time of Muhammad. All right, so now I'm responding to...
So that would be a little bit like, not that someone would ever say this, but maybe that just shows how ridiculous it is. It'd be like, if America really spoke English, it should be written in one of the scripts of the Native Americans, right? That's kind of the same idea. That there's a previous script and it can't be supplanted. No?
No,
Because you said
not
it was.
that,
You said the script
because
was supplanted.
the language was always the same. It was always Arabic in that area. That language was always Arabic. So it's like saying, oh, Cherokee can both be written in Cherokee letters or in English letters, right? And Cherokee letters are still in use, so it's not really a good parallel.
I mean,
But
you get the idea, though,
you
right?
might say
It
that
was
if it's really
legitimately Cherokee,
Cherokee, right? If you're really
right? It couldn't be
Cherokee,
written in English script. Yep.
it ought to be written in Cherokee letters, or even if it's written in
Well,
English
for that
letters,
matter,
then it becomes English or something odd like that.
right?
Like it's
Uh,
really, there's some really odd arguments going on based upon the supposition.
well, I
But
mean, for
remember,
that matter, you can write Arabic with Latin script, right? You can
yes,
transliterate it. You can write it with Latin script. Does that make it somehow English? Of course it doesn't. Or
yeah.
a Romance language? Of course it doesn't.
Well, the
Does it
old
make it
root,
Latin? When we write in English, we're writing with Latin letters. Does that mean that we're speaking Latin? It
yeah, it's
doesn't
like
really
saying
make any sense.
that Old English borrowed runes from other Germanic languages, even though it was kind of distinct itself. And then later it had Latin letters, but that's like saying that if English is being spoken, then it ought to have runes, and it's really Norse because it has runes. Like none of that follows. None of that follows.
Right. Yeah, that was a better analogy. Thank you for helping me with that. So, Grow Brother, um, you mentioned Nabatean, but he got lost a little bit. So, can you explain what you're talking about there?
So, Nabatean, so this map here shows where different groups of people were. Nabatean is way too big. I have no idea why they decided to completely overwrite the Judean people and everybody else. But anyway, Nabatea was a group of people who were centered around the city of Petra. And they eventually conquered the Lycianite people to the south, and then they in turn were conquered by the Romans. Their particular form of writing the Aramaic language, they took the Aramaic alphabet and over time they modified it and to different letter forms. It was just different shapes for the letters. And then because they had taken over Lycian before they got conquered, their letter forms were used in Lycian previously controlled lands. And then the Arabs who lived in the countryside of what used to be the Lycianite territory and was now on the Limes, the borderlands of the Roman Empire, they adopted the Nabatean shape of the Aramaic alphabet to start writing their Arabic language. And then that writing system passed to everybody who spoke Arabic and replaced all previous systems, even though it was objectively worse in some ways. It was just much more similar to the writing systems because it was an Aramaic based writing system. It was more similar to all the other Aramaic writing systems. And so people just adopted it, even though it wasn't as suited to the language because it didn't distinguish between all of the consonants clearly. Yeah? Is that making sense
Yep.
to everybody?
Hopefully that.
People following.
Yeah. Hopefully that is helpful. But new people are joining all the time. Of course. Malka Babja said just came over Christian Prince. What is happening, peeps? So we're looking at the language of the Quran, getting some historical background on the languages of Arabia at the moment.
Yep. And I know this heavy lifting, guys, it's because there has been so much confusion. That's why I have to keep emphasizing this, keep clarifying this. Arabic is written using originally written using borrowed South Arabian letters, and then later written using borrowed Aramaic letters. It never developed, then it adapted the letter shapes to its own use, but it never had one that created itself from the original Proto-Sinaitic. It just didn't. So,
and John Wilson says, imagine how destructive to Islam Mary would be if only she had a full brain rather than the half that Muhammad says she has.
And then Andrew Martin
she
said,
gets more out of her half brain than the vast majority of us men get out of our full brains.
So Andrew Martin said that I'd have to change my name to far too many Marys people of the chat.
Farsi.
I love, and then Cody wants to be called people of the chat. I think that that's awesome.
Yes.
You guys are now the people of the chat from now on. So, um, so again, to emphasize, the the countryside that were historically Arabic-speaking nomads and the Lycianite Dadan, they were conquered by the historically Aramaic-speaking and later Greek-speaking Petran-based Nabatean kingdom, and they adopted the script from them, but not the language. The Quran is Arabic because it's from the Hijaz, and the Hijazi people are ultimately from the Arabic-speaking heartland, though that was hundreds of years before. Hundreds of years before, okay? Here's a parallel for you guys. So Alsace is a historically German region that later became part of France. So they had always been speaking a dialect of German, then they became part of France. In Texas, there are people who speak Alsatian German, but it's because they came from Alsace, which used to be under German power, not because they're French. Saying that the Quran is in Arabic because of Petra makes as much sense as saying that the Texas Germans speak German because of Paris. It makes no sense. It also makes no more sense to say that it's in Arabic because, or that they speak French because of Berlin either. Because, yeah, Berlin's another place where people speak German, but it's a totally different dialect. The Hijazi dialect is represented in some aspects of what we get from the Quran that show that it had to come from that dialect and not from any other. And I'll show you that in a second. Oh, people of the chat, will you reason? Andrew Martin says, excellent. Very, very excellent. So,
Yeah, as I put up on
yeah.
the screen, I'm so using that going forward. I'm now going to forever call the chat, not the chat, but the people of the chat.
Yes, that is excellent. Old Hijazi is in fact represented by the Umayyad Quranic Rasam. So, the Rasam is a consonantal text. It was canonized by the Umayyads, and it does represent the sound of Old Hijazi Arabic in ways that deviate from all modern recitations and even the diacritical markings. So people were still copying things that were based on the way people said things in the Hijaz, even though they're reading them different, even though they put the wrong dots and dashes and stuff on them, they still have aspects of that written text that reflect origins and the Hijaz. So in the oldest manuscript, which is the Sanaa palimpsest, and the palimpsest is just a fancy word for a piece of writing that was erased and then written over, and it's talking about the erased text, okay? It is written in the Hijazi style of lettering of the Nabatean-derived Arabic script. So you can like have different fonts. You could have different fonts back then. Think of it as a Hijazi font of the Nabatean-derived Arabic script. This was found in Yemen. It is the right script for its time and place. It also deviates substantially from the Rasam of Al-Hajjaj in important ways, while also representing Old Hijazi the Old Hijazi Arabic dialect. So Al-Hajjaj is Abdul Malik's best buddy who helped him make alterations to the Quran. This palimpsest does not follow any of the modern readings. It has entirely different phrases and places. It does have everything that we have of it is part of the it's like 24% of the modern Quran, but it will have entire extra phrases, it will have substituted phrases, it will have substituted words, so it is not the same, and it does not reflect any of the traditions of any of the Sahaba either. Some of the things do. Some of the things are like, oh, there's a tradition that Ibn Masud's manuscript had this variant. Oh, there's a tradition that Ubays has this variant. There are variants there that are not testified to anywhere else. And it shows how many variants there were even among what I will call the Sunni tradition of the Quran, which came from the early caliphs. Okay? So,
However,
yes.
as Nina points out, it's just a different aruf.
Well, it is a different
Because we have no
ahruf
idea what that means anyway.
because
Right? We have no idea what that
ahruf
means
means
anyway.
letters. It means letters. It is literally different letters. There are different letters in the rasam, which means completely different words. It doesn't mean like, oh, it was sent down and 7 different sets of letters means that it was sent down, said completely differently in 7 different ways. Yeah, where are those? The only way for there to be 7 ahruf is for there to be 7 distinct rasams. And yet, there was immense pressure to destroy and to canonize only one set of ahruf, not 7, one set of written letters. Everything else gets thrown into a fire. And this effort lasted like 100 years. It took like nearly 100 years of effort to stamp out everything else that other people were doing. So, now,
However, Morkay has refuted you a different way. He said they were just like us. They had lots of typos and no spell check available. Then they had to just erase everything and write it back correct again in a different script. Makes perfect sense to me.
They do in fact have typos, but they have scribal errors or differences because they hadn't really standardized stuff. And some of these errors or differences or spelling errors have become entrenched in the modern Quran. And some people are just like, this is embarrassing that we can't even standardize what is very obviously things introduced by scribes that should not even be there. Like these variants shouldn't be there.
You're
we
wrong.
should be consistent about things. But
you're wrong, Mary, because as Zakir Naik will tell you, the Quran defines Arabic, so it can never be wrong about Arabic, and even when it spells things differently than it otherwise spells things.
Well, that would mean that there is no correct way to spell things. That would mean that there is no difference between, I'll just call it past tense and present tense for people to understand it more easily. That would mean that there's no difference between singular, plural, and dual. That would mean that there's no difference between male and female, because all of these errors exist in the Quran today. These usages there are errors of these types of usages, which would mean that there is no coherent Islamic grammar in these respects, and you can do whatever you want. Because if the Quran
and that's what makes it beautiful, amazing poetry.
Yeah. All right. So,
Arabic is a very rich language. You could just use whatever words you want and then assign to them whatever meaning you want. And this is the beauty of Arabic. This is why the Quran can only be written in Arabic, because it's the only language where nothing means anything, but everything means everything at the same time.
Yeah. If this is keeping Professor Yoffel up, she's truly wired. Because I don't think that this is the most riveting thing that I've ever done, but it's really important, guys. So thank you for bearing with me. All right. So in places, the rhyme is destroyed if you don't pronounce words with the old Hijazi dialect. That shows that the original was uniquely from the Hijaz. So you can't say that about any other dialect, that you need to pronounce it in that dialect to make the rhyme work. Only in Old Hijazi. Okay. The Quran also employs W or U, if you the letter that represents that, in places to represent the short or long O sound that existed in the Hijazi dialect and not in other dialects. With modern critical markings, you get stupid spellings like salawat for salat because the Hijazi was salot. So the Hijazi was salot. So they wrote it with what's called a mater lectionis, which is sometimes you can take a consonant and use it in place of a vowel. So that W did double duty for the U sound, because it's a semi-vowel, technically speaking, and they used it for both the U and the O sound, and consonant in the text of the Quran. So you had SLUW, or excuse me, SLWT written instead of SLT. Okay? And that W was standing there for salat, because that was how you're pronouncing it. And so this Sana palimpsest, and this is something that was actually still in the Quran today. You still have salawat written in all sorts of places for salat to tell you to pronounce it like salat, even though you used to pronounce it like salat. Okay? That's how Muhammad pronounced it, and no one pronounces it today. So if this came from Allah, everyone's like, nah, Allah, you shouldn't say it like this. Let me fix it for you. And they fixed it for Allah because Allah didn't know what he was doing, right? So the Sana palimpsest was also written in the correct style of script to account for some of the weird stuff in later rasms and recitations, including that W for the O. It uses another mater lectionis, that's a consonant used as a vowel, to represent a long A vowel sound in certain words. Because the Quran was mainly learned through reading and not through memorization. This is important. It was pronounced by ignorant people as a long I, resulting in Ibrahim for Abraham. So that and Abraham was actually marked in the Sana palimpsest, but people just weren't familiar with it and made up and were like, well, it looks to us like we're not used to this font and this writing style and these choices. So what do they mean? Now, this may have happened because shaitan was also written with the same mater lectionis, but writing the long A, N, and AY combination does happen in another early codex. So this was not like, oh, it really does pronounce, it really should be the E sound because the Y is an E, it's Ya. But this is a writing variant that threw people off. So they knew that this was shaitan because shaitan was a word that they used fairly commonly at that point. And then because of that, nobody really knew who Abraham was. And whenever they read what looked like the same thing, they're like, oh, maybe that actually meant a long E sound. And so it's Ibrahim. And so they're reading it wrong. So every Muslim today mispronounces the name Abraham, and it shouldn't be different in Arabic. This is not a name that ought to be different in Arabic. It ought to be Abraham. There's no reason to change it, but it's wrong because of people learning off of this old Hijazi script and transmitting the wrong thing. This is so important because it proves that people didn't have it memorized. And at some point, I'm going to do a review of Stephen Shoemaker, and he is trying to prove that the Quran wasn't settled before Al-Hajjaj, and that's kind of true. But what he really proves is that it was in written form. Variant written forms were circulating freely before Al-Hajjaj. It's what he actually proves. Now, one feature is also uniquely or specially from Nabatean/Safavidic Arabic, that northern Arabic, in writing, but not in pronunciation. This is going to be...
Oh, you see, you said Nabatean. This is proof that you're refuting yourself, and Islam started in Petra.
Yeah. And this is going to be a little bit, again, this is going to be heavy lifting again. Sorry, guys. There's another mater lectionis that's weird because you would normally use aleph to stand in for a long A. But because Arabic writing started in an area with a dialect where this ending with certain words was pronounced A, A-Y, the mater lectionis was chosen at that point and is used in all dialects of the Arabic, no matter what the sound is, and it was added pre-dots. So when the dots were added to the ya, the I and Y, this same letter that's now representing an A sound doesn't get the dots, so you don't say E or A, and now it's called the Aleph Maksura. Okay? In the Hijaz, though, this would have made the sound eh and not e or ah. And so the Aleph would not have been a better choice than the Ya. So Ya still would have been the better choice. But the origin of this convention was originally from the Perse people who wrote their own dialect of Arabic. Again, because the dialect down there had extra vowels too, they really had to, they caused their, even their consonants that smuggle in to do double duty for vowels had to do double duty for extra vowels, right? So this Aleph Maksura is a feature of the script and not speech in classical Arabic, although its use often reflects differences in the trilateral roots that were reserved in pronunciation in some dialects. So it would preserve the difference between an ah and an eh in Hijazi. And then when you get to classical Arabic, everybody just goes ah for everything. And so now you're like, why is this thing here? And this is an aspect of the writing system, not the speaking system. So if somebody talks about Aleph Maksura, and again, this has been talked about by people in a list of things that are just, they're just written, they're written traits of Arabic. They're not spoken traits of Arabic. And so it's really confusing whenever you confuse the two. Arabic did not develop into a language that had an Aleph Maksura. The writing system did. And it's different. It would be appropriate in the Hijazi dialect because it would represent a different sound than the proper Aleph. But in classical Arabic, again, that sound drops out. It just becomes an Aleph. So yes, that is the same letter.
Nina,
Very excellent. Yes, that is exactly. And that's why I'll.
and that's why it's Isa, not Aisa,
No, that's why
right?
it's Isa, not
Because,
Is. No. So Asa, no, she's writing the.
right. But I mean pronunciation-wise, right? That you don't pronounce an A sound
No,
or any other vowel
It's the
sound
last letter.
because
It's the last letter. So Thaddeus, it's that last letter. The Isa there is written with the Aleph Maksura, so it looks like an S, Ya without the dots. So you'd think it'd be like EC or something like that, but then it doesn't have dots, and that tells you to go make it a long ah sound. So the word from which it was taken was Asay, which is really hard to say, which means redeemer, and it was in that northern and it is written the first time it's found. There's been one inscription that's clearly Christian that's found in the northern area. Whenever it came down to the Hijaz, it would become I say, and then by dissimulation, it became Isa or Isay. But then whenever it got up to Kufa, it finally became Isa. Like that ah is not what Muhammad would have said. He would have said a. So it's quite a complicated interaction of dialects, and this is just a dialectical feature. But that is why that has an Aleph Maksura. Very good. All right,
so Houston, before you go on, Houston also asked a question and used the highlight function for that. So reminder, if you want to make sure I see something, you can use the highlight function, which uses the point system. Does this have any effect on them coming up with weird spellings for Jesus and Mary's names?
yes. So the pronunciation has to do with the fact that it was literally a word redeemer that was being used to give a meaning that sounded kind of like Jesus's name to some early Christian groups who were Arab. Muhammad apparently didn't know, or the people didn't really know what the meaning was when they adopted it. And it shifted according to their dialectical rules, and also just to make it like, it was a difficult word to say. I say, like, you can see how much I'm struggling with it. It's not just because it's a foreign
Yes.
word. Saying that particular vowel combination that close together is hard. And so through dissimulation, it became Ise, most likely, Ise, but still written with that Aleph Maksura. And then whenever it got to Kufa, they pronounced everything at the end as whether or not it was an Aleph Maksura or it was an Aleph written properly, because their dialect didn't have that A sound or the I sound that existed in the north. So yes, that is an artifact of this fact. So, all right. Now, there are other manuscripts. In contrast to the Sanaa manuscript, most early manuscripts are instead written in the, and they're not quite as early, right? Sanaa, the palimpsest is the very earliest. Even the overwriting one is still reasonably early, but some of these early but later ones, they're written in the post-Masud Kufan style of the Arabic script, like the really long linear style. That's Kufan. Okay, it was, and I don't know why they chose that, because it just seems really extra hard to read to me. They just seemed like they wanted to be a pain in the butt, but maybe they thought it looked elegant. This was a style produced by the imperial workshops of the Abbasids, and perhaps as early as Abdul Malik as well. The location of this Sunni manuscript production house was important because it was the Shia and Ibn Masud manuscripts that the Sunni Caliphate was really focused on collecting and destroying, because the Shia manuscripts seem to have been much, much more different from al-Hajjaj's manuscript than the Sanaa palimpsest, and the Ibn Masud adherents were the strongest holdouts against the Umayyad versions of the Sunni text. So the Sanaa palimpsest is as different from the al-Hajjaj versions. All right, whoever in this household who keeps turning off that light needs to stop. Somebody flashing
Well,
the
we
light.
could tell on,
Yeah, I don't
as I
know.
said, we can't really tell on stream. Your other lights are bright enough that it doesn't really affect us, but I bet you it's annoying for you.
It's very annoying because they're turning off and on my overhead light. They need to stop because it can't be interrupted. All right. You cannot signal an interruption unless people are bleeding out and I need to run. Okay. So anyway, so you have the Sanaa palimpsest, which is got some true entire phrase differences, word differences, inserted phrases from al-Hajjaj's, what we now consider to be the standing manuscript. That's how different this was. And Ibn Masud's is within that same family. But the Shia traditions are of a much, much longer text that they were holding on to until al-Hajjaj destroyed them. So there are two of these, right? So there are these two different groups that al-Hajjaj, he's like, no, you need to obey the Caliph. The Caliph is the successor of Muhammad. He says that this is your holy text, therefore it is. All of these need to be destroyed. And by putting it was an important political center, but by plopping like a major house for producing these manuscripts right there in the faces of the people who were trying to hold on to other traditions, that would have been more effective. He was also the one who would kill people for not handing in their differing versions so that he could take them and burn them. Uthman was unable to, didn't have that much control. He didn't kill anyone for not handing in their own copies, so people were able to cling on to their copies. And in the Sunni tradition, many of the variants got recorded. In the Shia tradition, what's really interesting, we don't know what got purged out of what the Shia had maintained that survived the original purge that seems to have been what the Uthmanic recension was. The Uthmanic recension seems to have been, we're going to get rid of all these really embarrassing and inconvenient surahs, and the Shia seem to have held on to them for a long time. We don't even have reports of what they were because they were a minority and heavily persecuted. We just have their complaints that they were taken and destroyed. So, question is, how does classical Arabic work? Like I'm saying, that's not a language that anybody ever spoke. Well, here is a good example. So early modern English is a perfect example. So the King James Version, or King James Bible if you prefer, was very influential. It was translated in 1611 with the 1769 edition introducing italics that were for words that were added to make sense grammatically in English, and standardized modern spelling, and it became the standard English translation for many years. However, already in 1611, when it was produced, the thee, thy, thou was used in an older sense. So originally, thee, thy, thou, it was the singular of you, ye, and the associated y, yours, like that was plural, and thee, thy, thou was singular. But by 1611, people were using thee, thy, thou to be a familiar form, while they were using you to be a formal form instead of plural. But even then, they translated it in a slightly archaic way to distinguish between singular and plurals. Okay? So, there was no time in which normal people were speaking, even in 1611, the exact form that it was translated into, even though it could be easily understood by everyone of that time. Much harder now, but very easily understood then. Now, also, you'll find that aspects of this King James style speech continued to be used for centuries later. So we find in a hymn written in the 20th century, great is thy faithfulness, O God my Father. There is no shadow of turning with thee. Thou changest not. Thy compassions they fail not. As thou hast been, thou forever wilt be. All of these are correct archaic grammars. Everyone understood what this is saying, but it's in a different register, a poetic register. You also, whenever this happened, you get errors that native speakers would not make. For example, our buddy Joseph Smith, whenever he was making up the Book of Mormon, he mixed things up and just embarrassed himself in several places in funny ways. So he says, and now, Zoram, I speak unto you. Behold, thou art the servant of Laban. If ye, so plural, singular, or very formal, very familiar, very formal, very familiar. It's just a mess, right? Another place. Oh, how you ought to thank your heavenly King if you should render all the thanks and the praise, but he's saying it to one person. So
Grow Better says your analogies often don't help, and that's true because you just reference other things that people have no clue about.
well,
But I think in this case it actually is helpful.
Yeah,
I
I
think in
think in
this
this
case it
place,
actually is. But
yeah, I know the Alsace one was kind of obscure, but it was the closest parallel that I could think of to like nearly the exact same scenario. All right, um, so there's a difference between writing and poetry and speech. Poetic traditions originate from a certain time period in dialect. If these are influential enough, they can function as this kind of ossified register after a spoken language shifts. There's tons of examples of this. This biblical early modern English I just gave you an example of. Hebrew poetry. Something that's interesting is that the poetry of the Hebrew Bible is and often has grammatical forms that are more ancient than the surrounding text. So even within like a free-flowing text, suddenly the people will shift into their poetic register. Classical Arabic is an example, or Poetic Arabic if you like. Gathic Avestan, which is the language of the Zoroastrians, Vedic Sanskrit, Homeric or Epic Greek. These were things that continued to be used, although differently because it's no longer really like the first language of anybody. And because it was used at later times, it would pick up later aspects too. So this poetic Arabic that is this kind of has lots of these ossified grammatical forms kind of became classical Arabic when it picked up certain other things and continued to be used that we'll talk about here. All right, so written traditions can be even more influential. Akkadian, for example, was used as a written language long after it was dead. So was Latin. People kept writing in Latin, writing to each other and talking to each other in Latin, like centuries after 1,000 years after no one was speaking Latin anymore. People were still writing it, right? There are examples in English of things that are very rare now in everyday speech that exist and people understand in writing. The counterfactual subjunctive. If he were free, or if I were to go to Spain, like I say these things, but most people would say, if he was free, or if I went to Spain, even, uh, or if I were going to Spain or something, it's a different case. There are also sophisticated compound tenses that you mostly only find in writing, like having not been disciplined as a youth. You won't really hear people saying that. She hadn't been to Paris since he had last seen her. Like, that's a little bit more convoluted than what you'd have people in normal conversation saying. So the past participle of certain verbs, I got bitten last week, is correct, but you'll find tons of people saying I got bit. That's like normal now in certain dialects of English. It was a woman
At least
run.
as long as you don't say I got bited.
Yeah.
Just don't say I got
Well,
bited.
no, I got bit
That's
is
terrific.
non-standard. I got bit is not.
I know. You said,
Right,
but it's
right,
okay
but
now, right?
I'm
And I
fleeting.
said, and I'm
Right,
saying,
right.
as long as you say bit, I'm going to accept that. But if you said bited, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, it was a woman-run business is correct, but like half of people will now say it was a woman-ran business, and that is completely incorrect. But in again, this is a more archaic and traditional form, while the spoken form is moving onward and leaving me behind to wince all by myself.
Uh-huh. Yep, you don't get to complain because language is allowed to change. So
No, it's
people
not.
can start saying women ran businesses were bit.
No, stop that. Stop. Stop. So another example is case distinction. Between you and me is correct. So between you and me, you misusing I to sound pseudo-intellectual makes my teeth itch. So whenever people say between you and I, like drives me insane. But that's now normal to most people in this generation, especially in spoken English. Or it's for whomever wants it. You understand it, but most people aren't going to say whomever, right? Yes, Mary did in fact get
With the
competition.
with the you and I or you and me thing, you understand how that happens though, because it gets beat into children that they're not supposed to say, my friend and me went to the park or something along
Yes,
that line.
but then they put it after
And then they
preposition.
and then they overcorrect it and put it in other places
Yeah.
where it actually should be me.
So anyway, this is an example of how everybody understands the ossified forms, even if you don't even use them at all. Some people in the chat realize that they're misusing I. No, or maybe that they hate it whenever people misuse I. It's like it's a peeve. I have issues. I'm pedantic. I'm sorry. So it has been observed, somewhat controversial, that languages of more sophisticated societies and more contact with lots of non-native speakers tend to get simpler faster, while drastically increasing their total vocabulary. Surviving complicated grammar is often an aspect of isolation and marginalization. And the Arab nomads were definitely very marginalized, and they were reasonably isolated as far as people at that time went. So to sum up, in a given language, people write what they speak now, but they also write what they used to speak, or the more formal, correct, complicated historical version. And those used to speak can be from different time periods glued together and become this formal register that you use for writing, and that most human beings do not actually use in speech, right? But what they can't write is what they don't yet speak. So if nobody speaks it yet, you can't write it.
What? That's weird. You
And
can't
some
like predict the future form of a language.
the documentary hypothesis people need this thing, the time travel. You have to exclude time travel, guys. All right. So what about the Quran? What is it? So the old Hijazi or Higazi, which is probably how they actually said it, Arabic of the Quraysh, is supposed to be the dialect in which the Quran was revealed. It's not supposed to be classical Arabic. It has innovations shared among most Arabic dialects and also some unusual, unique to Hijaz innovations. And here are a whole bunch of hadiths that talk about how this was revealed only in the language of the Quraysh. It was not revealed in anything else. Why was it revealed in their language? So that you might understand it, my fellow Qurayshi people, right? Only in that language, only in the language of the Quraysh dialect, no other dialect. So anyone who tells you that the Qira'at are dialects, they are lying to you. The only only dialectical features that are peculiar are that of the Quraysh. So you have this poetic register, and then you have all of this Quraysh stuff that is the Hijazi dialect. So that's what it is. So,
Grow better, ossified.
ossified means fossilized. So, like, it's an old way of doing things, and then it kind of gets stuck in mud and turns to fossils, and they keep using it. There we go. And I'll talk about the Luxembourg thesis in just a second. I'm going to fill up my pot of water again.
Excellent. Give me a chance to actually talk for a little bit here. So Morkay says, who's this kitty? Morgan has joined on the cat cam. She's our calico cat. She's 20 years old. So she was named before we started naming cats after Greek and Roman gods. So she's just named Morgan after Morgana in the King Arthur legends. Yes, my cat changes color. She's a chameleon. Or I have more than one cat, whichever. So Joshua left a super chat.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through His power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
Joshua Wooden says, hey, Reason Answers, what time is your Friday Bible study held at? Central Time on Friday. I'm in Illinois, and all of you are great. Well, first of all, thank you very much for that donation. For Joshua or anyone else who wants to tune into my weekly Bible study, it is typically at Friday at 6 o'clock Eastern, so that would be 5 o'clock Central Time. That would also be 11 p.m. UK time, and various other times and other time zones. We go through the lectionary readings for the week and have an extended discussion with them. We have smaller crowds, so I'm able to interact a lot with the chat, and it's a very familial environment. I encourage you to check that out if you are interested. Also have a couple questions for you, Mary. Cody wants to know where the word Quran comes from.
So I did explain it earlier on. You might not have been here. So Quran comes from, there are a whole bunch of places in the Quran where it talks about the reading or the recitation, this reading, this recitation. And within the Quran, it just refers to a certain point, like when he stands up and delivers a revelation, that collection of ayat. Those are the, or ayat, excuse me. Those are the Quran of the day. They're the declaration of the day. This later became referred to everything else. The reason why it became significant is that he was trying to steal from Isaiah 40 because he didn't understand the context and thought it could apply to him. It wasn't applying to him. It was applying to Isaiah at that moment, and it wasn't a prophecy at all. But he was confused.
The Morkay says, Mufti Kenneth Coppola. I like that. Very nice. And Clyde says, that's right. Me ate the whole apple, seeds and all. He put in me just to annoy you, Mary. Professor Yaffel says, Aramaic is Hijaz in 7th century. Is that the headline or takeaway from what you said so far?
It is the opposite. There is no Aramaic in the Hijaz in the 7th century. The script that was originally used in Aramaic and was later adapted by the Arabs was used to write Arabic in the Hijaz. So the language in the Hijaz is Arabic. The only writing system used to write Arabic in that century and the century before that and in the century before that was an Aramaic derived script. That doesn't make Arabic closer to Aramaic than it already was. They are cousins, but just borrowing somebody's script for a language doesn't make them closer, related more closely. Just like Latin and English are cousins, borrowing the Latin writing system to write English and our written language, is in a Latin script, that doesn't make us closer to Latin than we were before. Now, stealing everything that isn't nailed down through French does, but just borrowing letters doesn't.
So a couple more from Messianic Talmud. He says, still waiting for you to talk to Jay Smith and Al Fadi about this. Do a live stream with the four of you. What's the holdup? So Jay was out of the country for the last couple months on missionary work. He just got back. We haven't had a chance to schedule. There'd be no reason to bring Al Fadi in. He's a great guy and great host of his program, but this particular topic is not an area of expertise of his. But we do plan to get Jay and possibly Dan Gibson on to talk about these kinds of issues.
Yeah,
Jay
has agreed to do it, but I mean, it's going to take a while.
Yeah, so Jay is a very busy guy. He schedules himself months in advance, and he asked me to wait till he got back to the country to even try to schedule it. So it'll probably be a couple more months before you see him, but we do want to have a talk with him.
Yeah,
probably a formal debate.
Allowed to do it, or not allowed, but able to do it right around Christmas. Doing my Tuesdays and Christmas time with.
Yeah, I doubt that Jay would want to do it right around Christmas either. Anyway, it'll come up, but just don't expect it super soon. Morkay asks, does this make Mary the mother of the people of the chat?
Why not? Why not?
And that's perfectly acceptable. You can say that Mary is the mother of the people of the chat, but you cannot say that I am the father of the people of the chat, because the people of the chat have no father besides Allah.
Well, even Allah's not a father. Nobody's a father.
Well, yeah, and Allah's not a father
No
either.
father.
Which actually makes that really weird, right? That Muhammad's not allowed to be the father of the Muslims. Because that's Allah's job, except he's not allowed to be called a father. So who knows?
So what's important here is to address the assertions that really this is all in Aramaic. And there's really good, and I'll just put this in the chat. I'm not going to go through it right now. Maybe some other time. Really, are we going to play this game? All right, let me put it in the chat this way. I can't just copy it. You can read it later. It's a good article. So the Luxembourg thesis is basically, it begins with the assertion that the Quran doesn't make sense right now. And it is true that there are words that don't make sense, and there's bad grammar all over the place to make the endings rhyme at places and things like that. So there are a few words that nobody knows the definition of, but he declares it's like a quarter or more of the text. It really isn't. It really is not that many things that are messed up or wrong or unclear at all. But what he wants to do is take everything that he doesn't like and doesn't sound very Christian, and then he wants to take out all of the vowels and get back to the ber, rasam, and even the distinguishing marks between different consonants, where the consonants are not really clear. And then he wants to change out the consonants and make them like Aramaic, like Hebrew sometimes, and like different dialects of Aramaic even, in order to make them sound a bit more Christian in some way. And he says that these are really they were taken from Christian homilies, Christian hymns, and things like that. And there have been others who repeated the assertion that these were really Christian homilies. Well, my question is, which one? Show me one Christian text, any Christian text, that matches the changes that you're making. Show me any Christian text that is even a single full, like 3 sentences in a Christian text that you can find in the Quran, even if you make all of these alterations to it, do whatever you want to it. You cannot find any Christian originals for any of this. So they're just playing with the vowels and playing with the consonants to get things that they like better, but there are no Christian originals. I need people to stop saying that these were Aramaic hymns. You can't even create a coherent Aramaic hymn out of any of this. You just get little bitty phrases and these little bits and pieces, and it doesn't turn into anything coherent. It doesn't turn into a whole that is clearly an Aramaic hymn. It does not exist like that. You cannot find that, and you can find no textual originals for any of this. Trust me, I've looked. The stories that are stolen are themselves, as Houston Euler has just noted. They're twisted, they're messed up, they're half forgotten, they're bits and pieces missing. This is not written from something where people had access to original texts. This is a textual argument that there was a written text that was authentically Christian and then was messed up and garbled and became this other thing. No, there is no place where you can find anything authentically and clearly Christian that is textually based. You can tell only in a couple of places where Muhammad heard particular phrases somewhat out of context a lot of times and was making up his own context. You don't have any case of a time where you're like, why, yes, that is this hymn. Why, yes, that is clearly this biblical passage. Instead, what you get are, oh, this is clearly an echo of this. He heard this, but he got the context all wrong. He only heard parts of it. He didn't even hear other parts. It's all mixed up and messed up. My favorite example, and absolutely not, they're not Ephraim hymns. They are not. It is just untrue. Find me the hymn of Ephraim that is the parallel to this. Show it to me, because it isn't there. And yes, they do. They always mention Ephraim's hymns, but they never go, this is the hymn that they took from, because it doesn't exist. They just know that Ephraim wrote a lot of hymns, so I'm just going to say that it's Ephraim's hymns. It's not. So, one of the most powerful arguments for the utter lack of access to anything authentically Christian is the fact that Muhammad talks about, as it was in the days of Noah, he heard something that had this phrase in it. He didn't understand it. And because it continues, if you have a biblical passage, it continues. And it says that some will be left and some will be taken. And it has this, some will be swept away. They were marrying and giving in marriage, like this long description of what this means. But from this, Muhammad took that creatures will line up in their male-female pairs. And so there's a line in the Quran that says, and the souls are paired, among other things that you are looking for as the sign of the end times. And the souls are paired. Because Muhammad read, as it was in the days of Noah, or heard it, most likely heard some sort of fragmentary something, and didn't have the rest of the context. And so for him, it became, when you look out of your window and you see a boy squirrel next to a girl squirrel, and a boy deer next to a girl deer, and you see a boy bird next to a girl bird, then the end is coming, and that is a sign for you. And that's also why he was so obsessed with all created things coming in male-female pairs, that he even thought that fruit, there was a male wheat that didn't produce that didn't produce seeds, and then a female one that did. Like there's one fruiting one and a non-fruiting one, a male one and a female of everything. That's why he thought these things, because he took this one phrase and got really confused by it from what he'd heard, and so it shows that he didn't have the context. Yes, say not three, say two. Yes, two of everything except for
Or four.
Allah. He's one alone. So
Everything comes in pairs, never in triplets. This is one of the scientific miracles of the Quran, and every ancient person had no idea that there was two biological sexes, and thus he must have gotten divine knowledge about it. We just ignore all of the creatures that don't actually have two biological sexes, and it's a scientific miracle.
yes, yes. So I do recommend going and looking at that particular site for a fuller description of it and why it hasn't been fully accepted. Well, fully accepted. Nobody's accepted it. It kind of intrigued people to look at things a different way, but it has not been accepted because it cannot possibly be true. All right. So the question is, what is what we now call classical Arabic, right? The first layer is this poetic register that was used by people who spoke many different dialects. Whenever they used it, they would preserve some grammatical features lost in ordinary speech, and they probably used features of their own dialect, right? The layer 2 are specifically Quranic introductions from the 7th century, and a lot of those, some of them are specific to the Hijaz. And then the third layer is standardized pronunciation, a lot of which was specific to the Kufan dialect of the 8th century, but other things, and this is oversimplification, okay? Yes, Hawk Path, you are correct. Everything in pairs does mean mates. That's why I'm making fun of it.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not 100% sure what this account is. I don't know if this is a Muslim or what.
Yep.
But that's exactly why we're making fun of it. Is because not all animals come in pairs, and certainly not all living things come in mating pairs.
So there are rarely plants where there is a male and a female, and only the male produces the pollen, and the female has a fruiting body. But that's very rare. Muhammad said that all the fruits come in their male and female. So we ought to have boy apple trees that don't make any apples next to girl apple trees that do. And the vast majority of plants contain both male and female sexual parts. So anyway, I'm moving on with something. So here I'm talking about the Kufan dialect. For example, you don't find a or ah, those sounds at all in any of the recitations of the Quran now. It's standardized. Those vowel sounds are standardized to what was in Kufa at the time. But there are other features that were just borrowed willy-nilly by different groups of people from different dialects, which just confused me and blew my mind why anybody would do this. But I kind of figured out what it was after time. So this layer 3 is this artificial, you're showing your erudition because you are able to delve into this dialect and pick up this feature for this word, and delve into this dialect and pick up this feature for this other word. But the issue is that if you don't apply them consistently, you have a grab bag of uses and you don't represent any dialect or any consistency in those things. So specifically in the recitation of the Quran, you will find this grab bag style in the classical Arabic. Generally, it tends to be more conforming to the Kufan dialect than to anything else. But the Quranic recitation is its own weird thing. All right. So some special differences in Old Hijazi Arabic from either standard or modern Hijazi or just modern Hijazi. Okay. The glottal stop was lost in Old Hijazi except after the word final sound. There actually was a P sound, not an F sound, where we find F usual. There was a G so it's Hijazi. It was not Hijazi, like the Egyptians use. The Egyptians have the more original way of saying it and have the way that Muhammad almost certainly used. Now, Hijazi has developed this weird new thing where it uses a g sound for k, and it didn't have that then. So it did have the standard k sound in the back of your throat that makes a q. So ja or cha were the sounds that are for the sound, approximately. Don't kill me. It's a really hard sound for me, but it's the dh. It's written as a dh in English. It's sort of like the voice of the in English, but more emphatic. Go figure that one out. But it was different there, and it was different when Muhammad pronounced it than what you find anywhere else. There's also the aladi, which uses that same sound, which is a unique relative pronoun, those who, that was peculiar to Old Hijazi Arabic, which is now in the Quran and is a big portion of it. You know, like over and over again, you'll find those who, he who, she who, this particular this particular form in various iterations, which is something kind of unique to Hijazi that was not used in other dialects, but is all over the Quran. Now, I already talked about how there were extra vowels that do not exist in classical or standard Arabic in Old Hijazi that were recited by Muhammad and all of his companions who recited after him, and yet are not recited by anybody anymore. So what was the Quran when it was in Old Hijazi? So it was, you have the consonantal Quranic text, which is the Quran as written in the earliest attested rasam. So the earliest text that we have, you can call that the Quranic consonantal Quranic text. You'd expect it to be in Old Hijazi if it were revealed in no other language than the language of the Quraysh. Yet it's supposed to be produced in the most perfect and pure Arabic and the exemplar of classical Arabic, which is not the Old Hijazi dialect. So some aspects of the dialect of Arabic are clear from the text. It's very clear that these are Hijazi aspects. Other aspects are not clear. From what is clear, the consonantal Quranic text reflects a mixture of this pre-classical poetic Arabic, so this Arabic style that had these fancy grammatical forms that nobody else used anymore, just in spoken Arabic, together with particular aspects of Old Hijazi. It's extremely apparent, even though classical Arabic was influenced by Old Hijazi because of the prestige of the Quran in certain ways, because other portions of Old Hijazi did not pass through to classical Arabic, but is represented in this text. So what the heck is the Quran? So Muhammad's spoken Quran was one thing. It's supposed to be inimitable in some way. It's also supposed to be in clear, pure Arabiya, so that you may understand, meaning the people around him are supposed to understand it really well. It's supposed to be unique from other poetry, so therefore it's not exactly in a poetic register, but it's not unique in form. It's not unique in the classical case endings that was typical of the poetic register. It is unique in its kleptomaniacal word borrowing from Jews and Christians for fancy words to sound special. And it often misunderstands the meanings of the words that Muhammad borrows. So, for example, you have the word alamin, right? And this word comes from Hebrew that means olim, which means ages, okay? But it sounds and looks a lot like a word that means knowledge. So Muhammad thought it meant the sentient ones, the sentient beings. So it's not Lord of the ages, instead it's Lord of the sentient beings, jinn and men and angels, basically. And it's used consistently in places where it has to mean men and jinn and not ages, because Muhammad misunderstood it, it's a false friend. It sounds like something he's familiar with, but it actually isn't. So it's also, unique in smushing the poetic grammatical register with phonological features of Old Hijazi. That seems to be special to it, as far as I can tell. I haven't in other, like, I am not a super expert in Arabic, but in the other things that I've seen of the stuff that isn't, you don't find this particular feature there. So yeah.
So pause for 1 second.
Yeah.
We have the ultimate Islamic apologist, an amazing genius, Nur. Annie is in the chat. She says, Arabic phonetics can never be matched by the Greek language or dead Latin European language, and Aramaic borrowed from Arabic. Therefore, Arabic came before all.
Yeah,
I
so
asked her what her
this is
evidence
something,
was
this
this
is
of this
something
was
that,
exactly.
yeah, well, just so you know, many ignorant Muslims believe that Arabic is somehow the super proto language. The fact that it happens to be a conservative dialect of Semitic languages makes them deluded into believing that Arabic is representative of Proto-Semitic, that it is the standard from which things come. But again, al was an extraordinarily late aspect of the language. Many of the words of the Quran are unique to the Hijazi dialect that had popped up very recently. It is a fresh, new, raw dialect and form that's really showing up in all of these classical sources. They're not the things that make them that go, oh, that is classical Arabic. None of these things are very old at all that are unique to them. No, Aramaic is not at all
So,
derived from Arabic. Arabic is not the
yeah,
earliest
that's just
language.
nonsense.
Arabic
Aramaic is
and
earlier. Every
Semitic.
single linguist would say
So,
that. Every single linguist in the world would say that Arabic is probably the last of the Semitic languages. But
well, they do say
Nur
that it
has
is. Hang
provided.
on. So Arabic is conservative in some of its grammatical features. So in some of its main grammatical features, it is among the, well, it is the most conservative of the surviving Semitic languages, of which there are two now. There are only two. So it's the most conservative of the two that are still kicking around. Now, it is not Semitic, is not the conservative form of Proto-Afro-Asiatic. That's just nonsense. And again, modern South Arabian preserves even more ancient things that literally every Semitic language has lost, perhaps because it readopted it from its contact with the original circum-Iranian nomadic pastoral complex settlers to the area who still spoke something that was more like Proto-Afro-Asiatic. It may have been borrowed back into the language, but it is absolutely not some sort of super old proto-language. It's also not super special, complicated. Oh, it has so many words because I'm going to be a goofball and I'm going to count every possible variant using the triliteral root system, whether or not the word even exists. I'm going to use every possible variant with every possible word form and declare it to be a separate word. Sorry, guys. I I run and I ran are not separate, totally separate words, and they want to count every.
Actually, but Mary, it's actually that's not what the stupid number comes from at all. It's like saying AAA is a word, AAB is a word, AAC is a word, AAD is a word. Every single possible combination of three letters is supposedly a word to get to the 600,000 or whatever number they want to cite, which makes absolutely no sense. But you're right. Then they also add on the the various endings and beginnings.
Well, it's every single triliteral root that exists in any form, and then just count the maximum number of ending forms that any triliteral root could possibly take and declare each one to be a word, even if it doesn't exist as a word. So, for example, we have words like disheveled in English, but we don't have the word shoveled anymore. There are many similar things. You don't get to double dip, even if you could. But it's ridiculous.
But that's correct, right? You add every ending, every beginning to every root, but it's also every possible root.
Oh yeah,
too, including non-existent roots.
Don't exist.
Even non-existent roots to get that calculation.
Yeah.
But Nur has come up with a test to tell us what the oldest language in the world is. Are you ready for this?
Oh no. Go ahead.
How can you say an ocean borrowed from a drop? The evidence is the comparison between languages. So whatever language has the most grammatical rules or the most words or whatever
So
must be the oldest language, which means that English is the world's oldest
yes,
language in
because
almost every
everyone who
possible
is not
test.
a fraud, every phonologist who is not an utter pathetic fraud and committed to Islam admits that English has more words than any other language. Any
I
other
mean, it's
language.
actually a really hard question, right? It's a really hard question
It
to
is a hard
precisely nail
question,
down the number of words
but still,
because
it's
what
English
counts
because
as a different form,
yeah, but
but
we have
but yeah, it's almost certainly English.
we
Plus,
have a
English has the most complex syntax of any language, with the possible exclusion of Icelandic. It, it certainly has the most used words in common usage. It has basically unlimited possibility for creation of new words because there's no rules on how to combine a word. It has extremely difficult pronunciation based on spelling because it's derived from so many different languages in combination. And all of this proves that English must be the original language because all the other languages must have borrowed from English. That's the only way that English could have all these features when no other language has these features.
yes, and what's particularly stupid is a drop and a C. How is the C formed, Thaddeus? It's
One
formed
drop
by
at a time.
rivers flowing into it. So that's proof
Uh-huh.
that Arabic, if you were declaring this to be the test, then that would and everything else is right, that would prove that Arabic is the result of many different borrowings and addings onto, which is actually how English gets so many words because we borrow from everything and we don't care. We'll make it fit English and cram it into the allowable sounds that we have in our language. So
So
no.
one more, Nur has one more test for us.
Oh my goodness.
Arabic special grammar allows God to communicate absolutely without mistakes, unlike limited dead grammar of Latin Aramaic languages. Then
So
how come no
let
Muslims
me
can agree on the meaning of the Quran, Nur?
yeah.
If
So
it's very precise and very easy to understand, and God does this because it's the best language for that, how come every tafsir disagrees with every other tafsir on the meaning of the Quran?
here's one of the most significant things. In the Bible, there is no disagreement about even the rendering of like any of the laws that make any kind of difference in a legal ruling if you wanted to still rule from the Old Testament, right? Every single one of those laws can be rendered in a way that is uh, like very understandable. There's not questions. Whereas in the Quran, the variants cause many different rulings, and even texts like Ibn Masud's text, which is not read and is not considered a canonical reading, some of his variants affect certain fiqhs. So you are taking from a reading that the ulama has declared as non-canonical. You cannot recite this way, and yet you must consider the way he recited it to get the correct ruling on how to behave in certain ways. There is a great deal of ambiguity in the rasam, incredible amounts, and much of the meaning is dependent of the relationship between the words, is dependent on the uh, on the different diacritical markings, not the dietary markings, Uthman, diacritical markings. And so this meaning has problems. There is actually special terminology, a special term used for all the grammatical mistakes of the Quran, and that's supposed to be part of its inimitability. Because any normal human being who was coherent would continue to say we, and wouldn't switch to he without saying say, O Muhammad, he, when speaking about Allah. Because Allah is above all, he is going to confuse everyone by switching from we to he and suddenly speaking about himself in the third person without telling Muhammad to speak. So there are massive numbers of issues with subject-verb agreement, with gender, with number, with case, whether or not things should be in the present, whether or not they should be in the perfect tense. It's perfect and imperfect, actually, present or past, to keep from confusing folks who are used to that kind of idea of looking at verbs. Exactly what does the past even mean was very confusing, and the Arabic in terms of understanding the structures of a number of sentences and what is intended to get across. It is an incredibly deficient language when it comes to verbs. Very deficient language when it comes to verbs and describing relationships between words and verbs and complex tenses. You can't even do complex tenses. You could do very, very simple temporal ideas to express things, because it is deficient language when it comes to that. So anyway, there's also a question: what is the peri-Mohammedan written Quran? That means as people were writing stuff down when Muhammad was kicking around, and then afterwards, shortly afterwards, what were they writing? Well, they were writing in the Hijazi script. It contained only consonants. You can't tell all these consonants apart because it doesn't have a separate consonant for every sound. It has some, it smuggles in some vowels using matres lectiones, which means the mother writings, the consonants used in vowel forms, because it is deficient and does not have a way to represent this. So Allah chose to reveal his eternal word in a deficient, when the script was deficient in a very deficient way, and it should reasonably reflect the Hijazi pronunciation and or shared writing traditions from the Nabatean Lihyanite area where the writing originated. And this is actually, this part here is actually what we find. Now, there are aspects of Old Hijazi in the Quranic consonantal text, or consonantal Quranic text I should have written, that is different versus classical recitation, some additional ones. As I mentioned before, the consonants and vowels pronounced are, and whenever it was first revealed, they should have been pronounced according to the Old Hijazi dialect, and that's shown in the text in some places. However, no canonized recitations consistently reflect the Old Hijazi dialect, and some of them, certain aspects of the Old Hijazi dialect, are never represented in anyone's recitation. That glottal stop was lost except after the word final A, so there was no reason to represent it in writing. Dialects that needed to represent that would have done so because it is a consonant, but it had to be added back in. The hamza had to be added back in as a diacritic because it was only used after word final A, so you didn't really have a need to write it. So it wasn't written in the consonantal Quranic text. And then that relative pronoun, which is still very much there. So aspects of Old Hijazi, again, other aspects, many of the canonical readings do lack the hamza in some places where true classical Arabic demands it. Some write it, but then totally ignore what they've written in the tajweed. So in a recitation, they have it in your, so if you go to Hafs and you go to the book and you open it up, there is sha'an written there. But in their tajweed, they don't say that. They don't say sha'an, they say shan, so that it continues to rhyme. However, the ayah rhyme, it's not only broken in all texts, but also in the Hafs recitation at the recitation of 19:9, where she'a was originally was in the Old Hijazi. It was shayya, it would have rhymed, it would have sounded nice, but it's not only written, but it's pronounced in every single recitation. So you'll have things that make it more classical, additions and changes to the text to make it more classical, that sometimes are said and sometimes aren't, and are sometimes added in some of the readings and sometimes not. It's just a ridiculous system. There are no readings, oral or written, that fully follow the Old Hijazi pattern of pronunciation. So these Old Hijazi features are one-offs. So there's no pattern of pronunciation. None of the aspects of Old Hijazi that's unique to Old Hijazi that is systematically used in any of the readings, which is the wildest thing. And here is a really beginning look at some of the issues that are in the Quranic text. I will put everyone to sleep if I go through this too much, but it's about the materlecciones waw, which is the UW that I talked about before, representing an O, and the difference between the lack of reducing a consonant ye to a consonant plus e, and things like that. Now, here are Venn diagrams. Okay?
But before you go, I have a comment. I had to check real quick, and Professor Yoffel is no longer in the chat, so you're safe. You don't need to put anyone to sleep. You're allowed to move on.
Ha! Nice. So here is what you would expect from the Ahadith if people are reciting what Muhammad said, because this is what we're supposed to have. The Quran is supposed to be the eternal word of Allah given to Muhammad, spoken by everyone in the words that Muhammad used, pronounced the way Muhammad did. We should have Old Hijazi in one circle, Classical Arabic in another, and the consonantal Quranic text and the Quran's readings ought to be in this intersection between the two. It ought to be where Old Hijazi overlaps with Classical Arabic grammar. So the pronunciation of Old Hijazi, some of the unique dialectical features, together with the Classical Arabic grammar, together in this perfect, beautiful Quran. That is the Quran. That's what we should have if people were faithful to what Muhammad had revealed. Here's what the expectation from the myth about the 7 qiraat being dialects, that you should have Classical Arabic, and rather than having just this one intersection here where all the readings from the Ahadith should be Old Hijazi, instead you should have it for each of these 7 distinct, beautiful, separate dialects, right? And that's what we should have represented here. Here is the reality. So what we have is Muhammad's recitation, right? Which included this poetic register and random archaisms, so some really old ways of saying things that hung out in the language at different times that he also incorporated. Together with Old Hijazi, came together into Muhammad's recitation, along with some fancy pants foreign words. Now, up here, existing by themselves is other dialects together with Old Hijazi, overlapping with the poetic register as well. So we have this kind of cluster here, but the two that are being drawn from are the poetic register and random archaisms, like old ways of saying things, together with Old Hijazi, and some fancy pants foreign words to make you sound really, really smart, because when you use big words badly, that makes you sound super, super smart, we all know. Then there's editing by the Sunni Caliphate. And that together comes in and gets drawn in at a later point with various other dialects and more poetic register stuff. And this was a production of the people who were the reciters, because what they were doing was not trying to perfectly represent what Muhammad said, or even the editing by the Sunni Caliphate, the early editing. Okay, what they were trying to do is show off how sophisticated they were and how sophisticated the Quran would be by adopting artificially different aspects, different other archaic things, and different other aspects of different dialects, just on a whim. For a certain verse, we will do something like the people of so-and-so tribe within our school to show how smart and clever and beautiful we are. Because apparently the Quran, as Muhammad did it, and as the Sunni Caliphate edited it the first couple times around, that was not rarefied and dignified and elegant enough. They had to make it super, super elegant to be appropriate for being from Allah, because before it apparently was not appropriate enough. And then that version of the Quran, together with more aspects of other dialects, especially the Kufan, and more of the poetic register, together makes what was considered true classical Arabic. So that
I just want to say I'm very disappointed because these are not proper Venn diagrams. You're using them for a different purpose, drawing lines between them and arrows to show relationships when you should show all relationships by overlaps. That's how
yeah,
Venn diagrams work.
yeah, I found that she was actually incorrect, that you cannot show absolutely anything using a Venn diagram. I bet you are totally stunned by that.
Oh
So
yes, I am shocked. But we
the
do
question,
know that fancy pants is the scientific term here, everyone. Make sure that you use that term very well. However, we do have a very pertinent question from Jack Ray. Are fancy pants better than parachute pants?
maybe they are parachute pants. Who could ever know? So the question is, because the challenge is to bring a surah like it. A surah like what? What is inimitable in the Quran? Is this divine, Muhammad's recitation over here? Is it incomparably excellent? If so, why was it improved upon? Why was it not preserved? Also, why are mistakes not instantly recognizable? So there were a huge number of debates, and there still are, about what the correct reading is. If one thing is from Allah and one thing is from a man, and if it is truly inimitable and it is the proof of the Quran that it is so excellent, then there can be no debate about which is the correct reading, because anyone hearing it would go, my goodness, it is so clear that it is feeding men and not feeding a man, because that is so clearly more rarefied. It is more incomparably excellent. It is more inimitable, because if men can introduce variants and errors and it's not immediately apparent, then the Quran is not inimitable, because you can't tell the difference just by finding out which one's more rarefied. So note that the qira'at are not from the time of Muhammad, but are artificial and very late. They are artificial, they're very late. They were established by Ibn Mujahid hundreds of years after Muhammad died, and not one of them represents the speech of the Quraysh. So it is already out of the running for being what Muhammad spoke. All of them represent different variations of these improved upon things, with differences that give meaning differences as well. And these differences very often lead to differences in Sharia law. These are not differences that don't matter. They're differences that matter to the meaning of a lot of these passages, and cause debates for generations. So
Andrew pointed out that the Muslims compiling and editing and trying to make the Quran make sense have exceeded the challenge of the Quran by making the Quran into something better than it was.
And that's exactly right. They were not struck by the irony that they were improving upon the Quran, and that no one, not one person tried to preserve the words in the dialect of the Quraysh, which was the only dialect in which it was ever revealed. Now, a reason for that would be that imagine that your great prophet shows up in the mountains of Appalachia, and he doesn't talk like this, and he doesn't talk like this, and he says, whatever hath the Lord given to us, he done given to us. So you notice that there's this old-fashioned fancy portion, whatever the Lord hath given to us, and then this portion that is not grammatical according to standard grammar. He done given, right? And now he conquers the world, but now the people in Boston are in charge. The Boston Brahmins, with their Pak the Ka accent. And they want to make it sound very rarefied and distinguished. So they go and add in pieces of their own speech and erase the parts that they consider to be unfitting and embarrassing, even though it's supposed to be exactly as Allah has revealed it, right? So that's what's going on here. They're taking bumpkin, backwoods, mountain people, Arabic, and making it into something clever and refined and sophisticated by playing games with it. So basically what happened. So there is a kitab of Sibawaya, Sibaway, sorry. Uh, and his kitab is the foundational grammar of the Arabic language. He was born in 760 in Shiraz, Persia, and he died either there or in Basra, the Basra in Iraq, not the Bosra in Syria, right? So he's way out there, and Basra, Kufa is also in Iraq, by the way. So he is the one who assembled the grammar that essentially delineated what was and should be and what this classical true Arabic is, even though this wasn't his native language, right? Yes, it is the Tennessee mountain snake handling preacher Muhammad. That is truly what is going on here, as Jack Ray comments. So
Borke had a better theory, though. They said it could be that Muhammad couldn't say the words right because he had his teeth knocked out, or maybe they rotted away from all that moonshine he was
well,
drinking.
he's supposed to trip and fall and smash his teeth. This is what was supposed to happen. Like during a battle, he tripped and knocked out his front teeth. All right, so there are even differences between what he instructs in terms of what classical Arabic should be and how classical Arabic is pronounced now. So Van Putten says, what is now the normative form in classical Arabic seems to have only been a minority form in Sibawayh's, sorry, I have not practiced his name, in his view, moreover, a form he explicitly values lower than the other form he describes. So imagine that this barely literate idea with an accent from an area that's considered backwater founds the religion, says God gave him a sacred text to be recited. His recitation had the value, but is also in his accent and quirks. And here I'm making fun of our buddy again, Joseph Smith. Yea, if my days could have been in them days, then would my soul have had joy in the righteousness of my brethren. And I am, but behold, I am consigned, another misuse of a word, that these are my days, and that my soul shall be filled with sorrow because of the wickedness of my brethren. So, you have a grammatical error here, misuse of a word. What are you going to do about this? You're from Boston trying to make it sound profound. What do? You change what you can. You change them to those. You change the pronunciation. You lie about what you can't. Consign totally makes sense here. It shouldn't have been resign. That is another meaning of the word. It's just not documented anywhere except for here.
The linguistic miracle.
Right, it's a linguistic
miracle.
So, and
Arabic, English is a very complex language. Every word can mean hundreds of different things.
And you may even create a refined sounding artificial register just for the book. For example, the transatlantic accent. If you guys know about early film history, whenever they got people from all over America and they wanted to put them in films, they wanted everybody to sound educated, but also not from any particular place, because if you had 8 people from 8 different places, it would sound really weird. So they made up this way of speaking that is very the rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain, and it isn't quite an English accent, but it has aspects of this particular way of speaking. And they would also roll their R's and sound very grand with certain things that are very distinctly American, but other things that are particular for this transatlantic, English brushed, kissed kind of accent. So, nice. So Van Putten is talking about dialects and kind of the theory that it is this artificial constructed register. Now,
Well,
the
so with
report,
the
yeah,
transatlantic, actually that actually makes a ton of sense, right? Because the transatlantic accent, the primary reason they came up with this was to make sure that it could appeal to Americans and British speakers. They wouldn't have to like redub or record different movies or whatever. They could release things in both places. Uh, and the idea here, right, would be that people in different parts of the Islamic Empire would be speaking similarly but differently enough that one group would say, well, we're superior because the Quran's written our way, right? And so they put, I mean, I'm not saying that this proves it by any means, but I'm saying it would make sense as a proposition. You'd have to look at the evidence to prove it one way or another, but as a proposition, I think that makes perfect sense. Like you take a little bit from one group, a little bit from another, create something completely new that no one can say is their own.
yeah. And Van Putten here is responding to the assertion that different readings are representative of different dialects. And he says that report is easily dismissed in its most literal interpretation. It is readily apparent that Hijazi readers, long after Muhammad, the people who were still in the Hijaz, they do not employ Hijazi pronominal forms. So pronouns like I, you, me, etc. They don't employ them. Likewise, a client of Assad, such as Asim, does not exclusively use Assadi forms. Of course, it need not be the case that a reader would be employing his own local dialect, but we find that none of the readers stick to regional forms with any consistency at all. For example, the widespread syncopation and vowel harmony associated with the Eastern tribes only shows up erratically in the reading traditions with no obvious patterns discernible. So they're picking and choosing to make this more rarefied thing, showing how smart they are, how clever they are, how they can combine these things in their own reading traditions. So, especially in the general principles of reading, widespread features that apply regularly to words whenever they occur, we do find some regional trends. Van Putten and Sidke, forthcoming, for example, show the use of long plural pronouns of the type anamutu, humu, aleihimu, etc., is typical for the Hijazi readers, not just the canonical Nafi and other ones, right, in Ibn Kathir, but also non-canonical Meccan Ibn Muhaysin. Yet, the Arab grammarians are explicit in pointing out that this is not a regional dialectical feature, but an option for any speaker of Arabic of whatever tribe. This is actually an archaic feature of these longer forms. So they're in the Hijaz and they're adding in these old archaic things that Muhammad never used. One could, of course, call into question the accuracy of the reports of the grammarians about the different origins of the different dialects. Perhaps for some reason, the reports about the dialectical features simply did not map it onto reality in any way. It is difficult to envision a motivation for the grammarians to fabricate a vast and intricate system of dialectological data that was agreed upon by the otherwise rivalrous grammatical schools of Basra and Kufa. Moreover, the data they present often seems to show a clear and regular application of sound laws, which makes the developments look like natural linguistic data, even though the concept of regular sound laws was not part of the framework of the grammarians. Basically, regular sound laws is like, if you have a shift in this direction, other things will also shift together. You'll find certain changes married to each other, and the Grimm brothers of the fairy tales were the first ones who introduced the idea of these sound shifts and these sound laws, which, hundreds of years later, nobody had any idea of this at this time. Had this data been fabricated, we would expect it to serve and be employed for theological or ideological purposes. It would, for example, have been quite advantageous for Al-Farah to claim that all the features of the readers that the readers have, or at least was feature al-Kisai or other Kufan readers read, were a perfect reflection of the dialect of the Quraysh, and therefore the most eloquent and authentic form of recitation. But this is not what he reports. Very often he explicitly mentions the reading of the Kufan readers even when they are at odds with the dialectical forms of the Hijazis or Quraysh. An example of this is the presence of a particular vowel, which he explicitly attributes to his teacher and calling it a non-Hijazi form. So his teacher just may have made this up. Oh, we should all say it like this because it sounds really fancy and rare. Again, and then here's a huge list of things that are different forms and found in different places, attributed to different people, that I'm not going to read because, again, I would do a poor job and you'd all fall asleep. So the important part is there is not a single base from which readers have then occasionally imported regional dialecticisms. In fact, one frequently finds the opposite trend. For example, in the case of reading one particular variant, we find that only the Hijazi readers have the Najdi forms, while all the non-Hijazi readers have the Hijazi forms. Again, in the Hijaz, they're taking a form from another place for a particular word. Everybody else is going ahead and using the Hijazi one. Likewise, the readers whose pronominal systems, I, you, he, she, etc., they contain the most Hijazi forms are the Hamza of Kufa and the Yaqub of Basra, whereas all the Hijazi readers have perfectly Najdi forms. So they're trying to create in competition the most eloquent and rarefied version of this. And to them, because these are people who have just entered into literacy, so they don't see a problem with saying that it is the same, even as they change it all up to make it better and more refined. So they are fixing Allah's speech in ways that they consider to be more elegant, and this is approved of by everyone. This is something that people who are fundamentally illiterate do, even though they're working with a written text and pretty much always have been, right?
So basically what you're saying is that Shabir Ali is correct. He said for a while Muslims were just like repeating the meaning and changing the words however they felt fit, and that was good enough for Allah for a while. That's what Shabir Ali said, and it seems to me that he's correct on that point, that the early Muslims, hey, as long as the meaning's kind of the same, who cares?
Well, a lot of these things are like literal dialectical sound differences. But again, yeah, it sounds different, but it's the same word. But all of the readings you have now are a result of this process. Nothing that is recited today is recited in the Quraysh dialect, and nobody is trying to make it sound that way. None of these are what Jibril supposedly delivered to Muhammad. So what is inimitable? Someone please tell me what is actually inimitable. So here's an example of the kinds of things you'd find in a natural imperfect language, right? So here's my example. Why did the 6 deer and 11 geese run through the baker's gate and the horse paddock on Wednesday? It took the animals an hour to go by themselves, but it took John a dozen minutes to go by himself. I enjoyed the pursuit and rejoiced when I caught them. Like, it's a very silly thing, but it's to point out a bunch of things that shows that this is a natural, normal language. There's that do construction that probably comes from Celtic. There's the irregular verbs that have the vowel shift and run, ran, run, take, took, taken, then even more changes with caught, catch, caught, caught. The baker's gate, which is possessive, while the horse paddock isn't, but they're both correct constructions for what they are. Cow, so what's the gender neutral plural, or excuse me, what's the gender neutral singular of cow? There's only a plural. It's cattle, but what's...
It's a cow.
No, a cow is a female. Cows are always female. You have to resort to
not a common usage. I mean, not a common
You're going to make a rancher like have an aneurysm right in the chat. A cow is a girl.
I'm just saying, in common usage, cow is gender neutral.
But it's a cattle beast. It's the only way in which you can make that singular. Kine used to be a form that we could use in the singular for a male or a female, but we lost it. So now people just misuse the female for the male, right? Themselves, himself. Well, if it's himself, why isn't it you know, themselves, himself, their self. Like it just, our self forms are kind of odd, which cause people to make an error very commonly to say their self or his self, because herself only has that one form, right? And so it confuses people and causes these artificial forms to pop up. The orthography is incredibly inconsistent here. That's the spelling. Sorry. Um, More plurals. Deer is plural. So deer is also singular. Goose, geese. 11 comes from a very odd formation. End left one was its original form. Dozen was borrowed from French for 12. Minute, hour, enjoy, pursuit. These are all borrowed words. It took time. That's a particular uh, uh, construction, to take time, versus like in Spanish you'd say lleva tiempo, versus it takes time, which is like to wear time, not to take away time. Like it's just a phrase that comes in that doesn't really take. Why take time, right? John is from Hebrew. The borrowed words from other languages were both related and unrelated. Both grammatical archaisms and innovations exist at the same time, like enjoyed versus rejoice and run, catch, do, take. Um, there are etymological oddities like enjoy versus rejoice. They're both from gaudere through different forms. The re is an intensive verse for rejoice, and it's not the re of repetition, which it more normally is. Like all of these weird things are in it. Why? Because it's a human language. So there are also grammatical peculiarities from history. We have an hour, not a hour, right? Like all of these things go, it's a natural human language that has all this weird stuff in it. So what would a perfect language be? The grammatical forms would be systematic and predictable. The grammar would be able to convey the maximum amount of information, have a lack of ambiguity in syntax, semantics, and writing systems. So like the structure wouldn't cause you to be confused about what the meanings wouldn't be confusing with each other. The writing system, you wouldn't replace one word for another with different meanings. Like can would only mean one thing, CAN. There'd be a transparent orthography. That means it's a writing system. You'd immediately be able how to speak it from how it's written, and it would be suited perfectly to that language. You'd have consistent rules that all words would follow to make declining or conjugating the words, so like creating the different forms simple, or it'd have consistent particles to add to words to serve the same function, so you could have different parts of speech. Be simple to learn, with words having predictable forms and sensible meanings based on recognizable elements. You would have an ease of pronouncing allophones for native speakers and learners, and syllables, and the distance from phonemes would be good for reducing confusion. So you wouldn't have words that people would, or sounds that people would squash together if they're language learners very commonly, because they don't have that distinction that you have. So one of the frustrations of learning Arabic is that they have consonants that are so close to each other that they'll have three consonants in an area of the mouth where we'd only have one, right? It would be understood by many people because this is to reach everyone, right? So it'd already be a language that would be understood by tons of people. It would express time, causation, and state very well. It would be linked to productivity of thought patterns. So you would have a very productive way of thinking based on this productive way of expressing time, causation, and state extremely well. Well, guess what? Arabic has none of these. None of these at the time that it existed.
And to be fair, right, other human languages generally don't have it either. No. However, we know it's possible because human constructed languages generally have most of these properties, unless the person constructing it is trying to construct a natural language, in which case they purposely add in things that make the language confusing in order to make it look like a real language.
Yeah, so this you know, if you have an artificial language that's constructed, well, if you have something from Allah, it's Allah's language to express things perfectly to everyone, it has to have all of these traits, or else it would be an inferior and imperfect language. It could be improved upon. You cannot, if the language itself is inimitable and the expression is divine, then there should not be extremely obvious ways that the language could be made more rational, logical, straightforward, comprehensible to native speakers and learners alike. Like all the, for it to be the language from God, especially chosen by God, eternally, the first language, the language of heaven, etc., these would be all
The ocean from which you pull the drops.
right. This is what you would need. So, and that is it. And I'm not going to go into the actual. Well, I think some people have some questions. I'll give you the history of the Quran as I understand it now. So it was proclaimed orally by a dude named Muhammad. His scribes were also minor editors, and even during his lifetime, because of the way he revealed the Quran, substantial editing amounting to co-authorship was undertaken by a cadre of his followers. That's because he would make a pronouncement, and then a little while later, he would try to say the same thing, but he'd say it slightly differently because he didn't remember everything. And so somebody might be writing down something else, or he'd add to it, or he'd change things around. It was not complete at this time because people were just kind of trying to take notes as they went. And what they had in the beginning was basically notes and a little better than that. Further steps to collect the fragments and place them in surahs were undertaken under the first three caliphs. So under Abu Bakr, under Umar, under Uthman, they went to the Sunnis produced their semi-authoritative arrangement of surahs and their ayat within that. So what they thought, and by the way, the divisions for the verses that we use now come from Kufa. Other places had different divisions. They had different numbers of ayat, different breaks for them. Okay? So,
yes, that's correct. There's at least 7 numbering systems that have been described in Islamic literature that were used at one time, but are no longer used today.
So which one of these is from Allah? Are you going to tell me the one way up in Kufa is? They're the ones who knew best? No, that's where the real power base for a lot of this grammatical stuff was. It was in Basra and Kufa, both in Iraq. So, so within the Proto-Sunni camp, ayat level agreement was reached during this time, during Abu Bakr, Uthman, and Umar, but not even really surah level. So if you agreed on a surah, you pretty much agreed which ayahs belonged in it, right? But not the list of surahs or their order or their exact wording. None of these things existed at this time. The Sanaa palimpsest is from this era, and so is the Birmingham manuscript, which is much shorter. Ali had a much, much larger Quran than the Proto-Sunni Quran. Even Christians knew that the Shias had a very different Quran stolen from them in the 8th century, and they mocked Muslims for rewriting their own holy book. Abdul Malik ordered al-Hajjaj to produce the imperial exemplar Qurans and then to destroy all others, which he almost entirely did. So that got rid of all the variant Sunni Qurans and every trace of what was actually in the more complete Shia Qurans. Al-Hajjaj put the Quran in its modern order. He selected the surahs to be included. He picked from among the variants and the ayahs. Maybe Uthman had done something like that, but it wasn't enforced under Uthman. Everybody still had their own thing and were able to get away with it for the most part. He paid 80 dirhams for any older book that was found, and he confiscated it, and if you wouldn't hand it over, he killed you. The vast majority of early manuscripts are Hajjajian because the Abbasids and the other successors of the Umayyads happily continued his policy. Eventually, all the Shia manuscripts were destroyed, and the later Shia imams stopped complaining and began pretending that they totally agreed with the Quran they had because they realized the religious implications if they didn't. So there you go. That is my summary of what actually happened in the history of the Quran, none of which says that this was ever from Allah. And in fact, the very fact that you can have differences over what the readings are show that it's not inimitably divine. Because if you can't decide what belongs in there, and you're experts in religion, and you have a disagreement, then please tell me who is the judge of this inimitability test, because the people who ought to be the best judges, the Islamic scholars themselves, had no idea which one was which in terms of being able to decide between them. Like, they had their different partisans, they had their different arguments. I prefer this one. I think that this one is true. You're wrong. How dare you say that this is the correct reading? That's a clear mistake. This is just stupid to be in there. This is the kinds of things that they had. They didn't say, oh, Muhammad must have recited it in different ways, the way people will say now.
Indeed. And then eventually they
So what we need
eventually they went back and they found a hadith that no one actually knew the meaning of, Muhammad saying that it's revealed in 7 letters, and said, see, this proves that there's many variants, because we can't agree what the correct variant is. They must have always been here.
And what the crazy thing is that, we don't need to ask people, show me Uthman's Quran. Because you could say, oh, I'm sure that this one is it, or whatever, right? Most people today would just go, oh, I just go with the Hafs. No, show me a Quran that Muhammad could have recited, given that he only recited when there were dialectical differences. His dialect was always a dialect of the Hijaz. Show me Muhammad's Quran in any of the readings that you have today. Because it can't even be reconstructed across them. You can't take different pieces and glue them together and get Muhammad's Quran, because there are aspects that none of them use from the Hijazi dialect that Muhammad certainly used.
All right, so I have opened up the chat. If any Muslims want to come and talk to us about the language of the Quran, would love to have you. In the meantime, the audience, any questions you have on anything today, feel free to put in the chat. Helpful if you tag me to make sure I see it. But I do have a number of things saved for us to address. Dame Piglet said, why was Muhammad so white? And this was said early on when you were talking about the various ethnic groups that were active in the region. So I think it was actually intended to be a relevant comment and not just a funny.
Oh, yeah, from the different colors. Because, again, it was because the depigmentation mutations did originate either among Iranians, people like toward the very south of the Caucasus Mountains. Here, let me find Middle East map. Physical. All right. Aha. So, can show you a pretty picture. No, not that. And I do not want to show you that pretty picture.
Well, you're not showing us any picture right now.
I know. I need to
I'll
find
pull up your
what's
screen.
good that isn't like on an inappropriate page or anything.
While you're looking for that, Devil's Advocate Extraordinaire said, so Islam is like the ancient form of LDS, Latter-day Saints, Mormonism. Yes. I see the parallels. Joseph Smith had issues with languages as well. Indeed it is. Indeed. Or perhaps more accurately, the devil saw how successful Islam was in parts of the world and says, over here, Christianity seems to be doing pretty well. I need to come up with a new religion. Hey, it worked once. Why not just do the exact same script a second time? All right, what do we got here on this map?
All right, so right here shows you, and can you guys actually see are they able to see my?
I'm seeing a map. I don't know if it's the one you intended to show.
My whatever it's called, pointer. Can they see
cursor?
my I don't know if I'm across to them.
Technically, yes, but it's going to be really hard to see. But
All
if you
right.
want to highlight
So,
something, then I can make it more obvious.
so up here at the bottom between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, all the way down kind of to the top of Syria in there, and then over here along the bottom of the Caspian Sea as well. Somewhere in that range there is where, then all the way through the bottom of the Caspian Sea too. Yeah, somewhere in there is the first time that these major deep pigmentation genes popped up. And so they spread from there through the Caucasus Mountains and to the Indo-Europeans that way, and then they spread with the Semites down to the south. So how they arrived in Yemen and Oman is from the Semites, and so Muhammad is supposed to be super white because it shows how pure his Semitic blood is compared to that of other folks, and how he is from this refined Semitic group that has this mutation that is distinct from the people who had previously been there, who are dark. That's why, by the way, you'll find that Cush is in both Yemen and Africa in the Bible. Why is Cush in both Yemen and Africa? Because Cush means burnt or dark people, and so is references to both Yemen before the Semite genetics had really spread really far and lightened everybody up, as well as Africa. So that's why you get it. So, yes,
Right.
Mormons had a different Bible. Yeah, he confused the Jehovah's Witnesses with the Mormons.
Indeed. But I told Una that she misspelled Uthman ibn Zina, because that is his new name. All right, let's get this off the screen here. And we've got a ton more questions from the audience. This was also very early on, and obviously you addressed it throughout piecemeal, but you want to give a short response to the claim that if you remove all the diacritical marks from the Quran, that it's essentially Syriac.
Yeah, that is absolutely untrue. Notice, of course, that it does have the al, right? The al is part of the Arabic rasam. You don't have that in Syriac. It is not Syriac. It cannot be made Syriac. You can play games and get certain Syriac words out of it, or phrases out of it, but it is not Syriac. That's playing games and being ridiculous. And the people who say that, oh, it's so-and-so's hymns, it's a lectionary. Show me the hymns. Show me the lectionary. These things are imaginary. They don't exist. We need to stop repeating this because they do not exist. I think
and I could be wrong, right?
Because he likes Uthman, and nobody likes Uthman.
I could be mistaken, but I
despised Uthman.
Yeah, I could be mistaken, but I think Luxembourg himself didn't really claim that it was like just a lectionary that was accidentally became the Quran or something. He was suggesting that there was influence from it, and maybe some
No. He was suggesting that they were authentic Christian writings from somewhere that people then misunderstood, and they had inherited.
Like I said, I could be mistaken, but I don't think that he quite went all the way to say that it was literally a Christian text.
He did not. No. He said it was literally Christian. That the text was literally Christian. He absolutely said that. That was literally Christian. And that it was misunderstood and altered, and parts were added. He said like 1/3 of it approximately, I believe, was Christian. Now, what he didn't say that was specifically, I think that he didn't say it was specifically a lectionary or specifically Ephraim's hymns. Other people have said that it is specifically a lectionary or specifically Ephraim's hymns, and there's no evidence of that either. But he did say that it is
Christian text.
He said
gotcha.
that the Quran was not written in classical Arabic, but in a mixed Arabic Syriac language, the traders' language of Mecca, and it was based on Christian liturgical texts. So
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's
no,
what I
no,
was
it was
trying to say,
based on,
is
like,
that it
literally
was
on the
based
text.
on, right.
No, like as
Right,
in
but
no. He's saying that literally, letter by letter, the texts were incorporated into
well,
it.
you just read that it was a mix, though, right?
Yeah, no.
So
Okay, let me try
it's
again.
taking as inspiration. It's
Stop.
copying
No,
some
no,
sentences.
he's not
No,
saying that. He is
no.
not saying that. That is not his argument at all. And no, his argument is that physical sections, entire sentences, are word by word, letter by letter, Aramaic Christian texts. They are surrounded by interpolations in Arabic and are adjusted with Arabic, with the diacritical marks
Okay, so
to become Arabic.
yeah,
So he is saying that it is literally Aramaic sections, like I forget what
plus
percent,
commentary, right?
plus,
Plus Arabic commentary, basically.
well, and so what he says is that they had access to this authentically Christian text. They weren't very smart, so they didn't really understand it, and so they tried to figure it out, and they messed up the words, and then they inserted extra words inside of it that were Islamic in character based on their misunderstanding of reading something that was authentically Aramaic. So that's what he's saying. That is a huge statement. So he is not saying that pieces were inspired by reading something and then they took this idea away from it and then it was, and they misunderstood it from that original thing. No, he's saying that word, letter by letter, word by word, it, for a certain percentage of it was Aramaic. And so it says, when the final text of the Quran was codified, those working on it did not understand the original sense and meaning of this hybrid trading language anymore, and they forcefully and randomly turned it into classical Arabic. This gave rise to
Okay.
a lot of misinterpretations. So yeah, that's what he was. That was his. And then there are
Well,
examples
thank you
of the
for
one that I
clarifying.
shared with everybody.
Yeah,
You guys
we're
can look
good.
at it.
We're
It's
good. We don't need to get through.
It's a bad thesis. It really is.
Yeah, so thank you for clarifying. The other things that Mary said, I have no disagreement about, that basically no one has gone with his theory. People have said that maybe about the best anyone has done is say that it might be helpful for understanding isolated sentences, but certainly no one has adopted it wholesale in scholastic circles. People adopted it for a little while to explore it and see if it had any merit. Um,
There is one guy.
Luxembourg.
Yeah. There
Well,
is still one guy who thinks that that there are like,
you're the one who said no one. I was just repeating your
no, I
words.
said that there was that there is one person, it did not gain any, his whole thesis didn't gain any traction, like the entire thing. But there's one guy
Right.
who is still uh, pushing the Aramaic, uh, oh gosh, what is the word? But the word for
Urtext.
Quranaya, sorry. Anyway, the similarity between the word Quran and the word for a liturgical reading in
Gotcha.
Aramaic, and is saying that these were heavily informed by them and might have been inspired by specific ones. No one goes as far as he does, but they'll still say that there's
Right.
one guy out there who still says that. But if it's one guy and nobody's caught on to that, it's basically
Yeah. You don't need to continue to justify yourself. We got
yeah.
the gist
Yep.
here. That some people have said it's helpful for possibly understanding some things. After all, we know that whoever wrote the Quran borrowed from all kinds of texts, so it wouldn't be implausible that they would borrow from Christian texts, even in Syriac. But as far as like wholesale, the whole Quran being an adopted lectionary, no one supports that, or maybe one guy supports that, whatever. All right, you got to let me answer these questions a little bit faster so
Right.
we're not here until 2 a.m. Houston put it well. Why ascribe to a complex genius when blind stupidity will explain the text. So, why go through all these hoops to try to make it make sense when you can just say the author of the text just didn't know what they were talking about, right? Which is what I think is the case.
Yes,
And
I absolutely
what
agree.
most critical scholars would probably say something similar. There is a sense of respect for the text, and you're not supposed to criticize the Quran. I don't really understand why. The same people have no problem heavily criticizing the Bible, but
Because
if
they're
there,
agents of Satan.
right. Well, there is a financial incentive. There's also personal safety issues. If you're atheistic, you probably want to stay alive. Just saying. So there's various reasons why. But when they're in a more honest moment and they think that only scholars are listening, they'll say basically that the Quran doesn't make any sense, or I mean, technically makes sense. You can figure out what it's trying to say, but the grammar's poor, the writing's poor, and the only miracle is that somehow this became a sacred text.
Yeah, pretty much.
Una said, wasn't he the same guy who suggested hori meant white raisin? I mean, technically, he says that it means white, and then he goes through hoops to make it connected to grapes of paradise. But yes, correct guy. Christina says, hello, I'm a new sub. I'm autistic. Welcome aboard, Christina. Glad you're here. We have fun, and I hope that you think likewise. I mean, some people might not think we have fun, and then they say, this is so boring. Why are you wasting my time for 20 straight minutes? But generally, people who are here enjoy it and have fun. Susan Bird says, for whatever reason, I started getting ads for fundraising Islamic schools on these vids. Not sure if targeted ads are calibrated
It
right.
means Muslims are
Well,
clicking now, which is excellent.
yes. One, YouTube will think that there's a good chance someone watching is a Muslim. And if you're watching a lot of this content, they might think that you're a Muslim. Or also possible, the person who set up their ads didn't do a very good job of actually targeting them. And then so YouTube's just blindly guessing what kind of people they want to target. Either way. Human Kirk says, congratulations on the beard. I haven't seen you in a while. Shame on you for not watching me in a while, but thank you for that. The wife has decided that it will stick around for a little bit, so you get to enjoy
Well,
that.
I agree with her. I think it looks good.
Una says Mary is our queen, since we are the people of the chat. Good to know.
Yeah.
Super chat from Jack Ray.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
Thank you for that donation. And Yasser Kadi is not going to respond to the super chat because it's not wise to do so, just so you know. Why are you wasting my time? Say those who could leave a click. Yeah, I never get that, right? When I'm not interested in something, like I click on something, I think I'm interested, and then I'm like, I don't like this. I stop watching and leave, right? I don't like go into the chat and like complain. This is a crappy video. What's your problem? You need to entertain me right now. I just leave. Who knows? But just for balance here, Carol B says she got an ad for pork when watching this video. So that's really weird that there'd be an ad for pork, period. All righty. Oh, okay. You're forgiven, Human Kirk. It's 4 a.m. You stream in the middle of my night. Yeah, with Mary, we're on in the middle of the night for Europe for sure. Sir, Dr. Whitemeat, I see Mary more like the mother figure of the channel. Yes. I don't think you were here, Sir, Dr. Whitemeat.
He wasn't.
So someone suggested that the chat should be called People of the Chat going forward. And then we came up with, if there's people in the chat, then Mary has to be the mother of the people of the chat. And I think that that's going to become a channel regular feature going forward. Thank you for that, Devil's Advocate. Mary is definitely awesome. The show about Aisha, I learned so much, which reminds me, I want to answer your question about hadith here. So I've read that some hadith or other books are not considered authentic. So yes, that's true. Muslims have a grading system. Each supposed hadith will be given one of a wide number of grades, but the ones that people are usually familiar with is Sahih, which means authentic, Hasan, which means sound, or Da'if, which means weak. A Da'if hadith is not a false statement. It's just a statement that is basically equally likely to have come from Muhammad or not. It's considered good enough to be used for doctrine as long as it doesn't contradict a more sound hadith.
Yeah, but it cannot
anything
be
that's
used for
graded
law. So you can't base any law on it, but you can base because apparently doctrine is less important than law, so you can't base doctrine on it.
Now, as far as actual authenticity,
so
their grading system's totally meaningless. It's based on the chain of narration, which every person outside of Islam acknowledges that once certain chains became acceptable, good chains, people who wanted another hadith to be considered authentic just attached the same chain to it. No one thinks that these chains have any meaning whatsoever, but that's what the science is based on. I mean, it's more complicated than that. They have biographies of all these people, which are also made up long after the grades are decided, and so on and so forth. As far as actual history goes, the grading is totally worthless, but if you're talking to a Muslim, it is beneficial to use things they consider authentic.
And I was
so
asked
depends
about
on what your purpose is.
Of, well, if you want to do it the easy way, just say cutter. But if you want to do it with the K sound in the back of your throat, then it's cutter. So, and it's hard to differentiate clearly between, because I tend to do a tongue tap for everything, between cutter, which is fate, and Qatar, which is the country.
And it says the ad should be buy pork. It'll keep you away from Islam. Yeah, I wonder what that ad really was. That's definitely interesting.
So yeah, what I like to ask people.
Hatun?
Oh, yep.
Hatun's great.
She's great. She's back.
Go ahead. What were you going to ask?
In blackout mode. So Human Kirk said, oh, but that translation is bad. You must read the original Arabic. Yeah, my question is, which one reflects the Arabic of Muhammad, which was only a Hijazi dialect specific to the Quraysh and no one else? So show me where that text is, and we'll read it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I would suggest that if you wanted to seriously study the text for the deepest possible meaning, you should go to the original language. The problem is there's no text critical Quran. We don't really know what the original text of the Quran is, at least not in like an academic scientific sense. I meant to pull this up when I saw her. Ruth just said hi, basically, and I meant to pull it up because I wanted to tell Ruth that I was just thinking about her the other day and wondering what she'd been up to, but I don't think she's still around.
Nope, I was in the middle. I was on a roll. I got through all the material tonight, so I'm very happy. I knew it was a lot, but this is, and I know I was repeating, but I know that it's also hard to wrap your brain around because it's a lot of information. It is. So I hope that I've clarified everything for folks and that they can understand like what I'm saying.
So Yo0264, in case I missed it, any comment on the Ethiopic words in the Quran?
So I didn't make any comments about that, but that is another piece of evidence that it is in fact from the Hijaz. Why is it from the Hijaz if it has Ethiopic words? because it could only be from Hijaz or possibly from Yemen to have these Ethiopic words. The reason that there were a lot of Ethiopic folks bopping around there is that the Ethiopians, the Aksumite Empire, had invaded Himyar, which is Yemen, right? It controlled all of Yemen, conquered it, and came over in large numbers and were the ruling class at that time. When they were overthrown by the Sasanians at invitation of the folks who were already there, many of them were enslaved. So there were lots and lots of Ethiopian slaves bopping around in Yemen and up through the Hijaz at that time. There weren't any Ethiopic people to the north. So the fact there are many Ethiopic words in the Quran, like shaitan, like other things, that shows an important words, not just like random words. Because shaitan's a pretty darn important word, and it had become borrowed into the language to be used like a jinn, as kind of a generic already by that point, because of all the Ethiopian folks around that area. And that shows that this was a language that they were familiar with. And Muhammad's nurse, his being an Ethiopian girl, is also instructive as well.
All right, thank you for that. Crystal, my wife, is in the chat. She said that she stole my cat. Which one? Probably both of them. probably both Artemis and Morgan have gone upstairs because neither one is around anymore.
Ha!
All
Forerunner
right.
wanted to know if there's any Pig Latin in the Quran.
Yeah, good
honestly, well, that's something Muhammad would do to try to sound like really cool and smart.
I believe it. William, who said that they were watching from the beginning and catching up, made a comment saying, so most of us are non-French speakers discussing French with a wink. Right? That's basically the argument of if it's from the Hijaz, it's got to be in this particular script. And since English, it's technically a Germanic language, but French is the largest influence of any particular language. Therefore, by speaking English, we're really speaking French. Houston, with the highlight, says, if common words like Abraham are being mispronounced, it doesn't bode well for reciting Arabic prayers that Allah doesn't hear if they're not pronounced correctly. And not only that, the Quran's supposed to have magical powers when you say it correctly. So it's even more severe than just Allah not hearing you. Right, Mary?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, you have to say something perfectly for spells to work, right? So there's a huge emphasis on pronouncing everything correctly. But all these pronunciations are these artificial creations of scholars, none of which match what Muhammad said. So Paul wanted to ask if you can pull up any recognized manuscripts of the first compiled Quran exist. So the earliest Quran is the Sana palimpsest, and it's about 24%-ish of the Quran. Everything that is in it,
and it probably predates Muhammad.
Well, it doesn't. It does not. The issue comes with the unreliability of the dating method that is used. You get some wildly variant dates on sheets that are right next to each other in the same handwriting. So there are some issues with its storage that maybe the exposure to water caused.
But Muslims always point, right.
Yeah.
So, sorry, let me clarify for the audience. So Muslims always point to the fact that certain Quranic manuscripts have been carbon dated. What they don't understand is that carbon dating is not very reliable. Certainly, I mean, it is and it isn't, right? It's reliable for a general time period, but it does not have nearly the precision that it does in people's minds, and it has to be calibrated. So if your calibration is wrong, then your date's going to be wrong, which means if two different labs do it and they calibrate it slightly different because they make different background assumptions, they get different dates, which is why actual documents, like, you know, historians who actually want to know when a document is from, usually use handwriting, right? They usually date it based on handwriting.
And you can't date it that closely You cannot say which decade
Correct.
it was, either by, and it's not just different, the same lab with that manuscript on different leaves is getting pretty variant dates. Like, it doesn't help us any more than handwriting does. Handwriting already makes it so that it's probably, it's going to be 6th century. Which decade of the 6th century? Or the 7th century, excuse me. It's 7th century. Which decade? Who knows, right? Probably not the very end of the 7th century, probably. But it's a 7th century manuscript. It's about 24%, so it is not complete. Every surah that's in it is in the standard manuscript, but it is and it appears to represent one of the companion codices, but it doesn't perfectly represent any of the ones that are attested. It has unique variants. It shows the types of variants that were common among what was probably post-Uthman and Uthmanic, in the sense that it had the standard Sunni arrangement of ayat. It had the standard Sunni number, like didn't have like completely different ayat in there. It did not have a standard arrangement of surahs yet. It was in a completely different order. So
Yeah, and so if you're curious about other manuscripts, there are early manuscripts of the Quran. If Muslims didn't make a ridiculous lie about perfect preservation and did actual textual criticism, I'm sure that we could have a very good idea of what the original text was, just like we can
no,
with the
I don't think
Bible.
we could. Here's the problem. The variants. So because there are so many things that have been collected and burnt, effectively collected and burnt, we do not have any idea of what the true range of variants were. We can have an idea of the types of variants in the Sunni tradition, and then the Shia tradition tells us that like 2/3 of it was lost or destroyed. That 2/3 of Ali's manuscript is not in the current text. And given that the Christians writing contemporary to al-Hajjaj talked about Abu Turab, which is the son of Dust, which was Ali's nickname, and how his followers are angry at the alterations made and everything, they're probably right. So,
let me rephrase. Let me rephrase. Let me rephrase. We could have a very good idea of what the first standardization of the text was. Obviously, there's no way to know what changes were made by Muhammad himself, for example, during his lifetime. But we know he made changes, right? You'd say that, oh, you guys forgot that? Well, I don't remember it either, so Allah abrogated it. So all kinds of things that we couldn't possibly know. But as far as the first standardization of the text, which I don't think Uthman had anything to do with, I think that's a myth. But whenever it was standardized, I would suggest we could get back to that text.
Yeah, I think that there was consistent standardization efforts made throughout, and I think that Uthman was probably among those who had a hand in it, but he did not effectively assert a particular text over other people, because Ibn Masud and his followers, they still had his text and were still using it, even though it was not with what he wanted. But we can get back to, and in some cases, we can tell whether or not Ibn Masud's particular text was original. There are certain other things that we can go beyond even the text for certain ayat, what they should be and how they should be, but we have no idea what's lost. We have no idea what's burnt. We have no idea what was expurgated, especially from the first 3 years of Muhammad's prophecy. Almost nothing is left. Was he producing stuff, or was he not? So,
good question. And as a couple people pointed out, even if carbon dating was perfect, it would only tell you when the parchment was made. Now, in fairness, parchment's extremely valuable. It's not normally just like sitting around for hundreds of years blank. But it wouldn't necessarily tell you when the writing was. All right, lots more questions here. But first, Grow Better said, "Holy Mary, Mother of Chat." ... Some people might consider that a little blasphemous, but I just found it to be humorous personally. Maybe that's a problem with me. Whatever, you can be the judge of that, chat. Jack Ray says, if there were crack in 620, Muhammad would have been on it.
He would have preferred the hallucinogens because he wanted to see God.
Well, I think that's what he really meant, right? That Muhammad was hallucinating and such. But yes, technically, he wouldn't be on crack, a depressant.
LSD.
But he'd be on LSD to hallucinate, yes. Super chat from Flyleaf Dreamleaf.
Verily, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
Better ride those wings so you can get to Allah with your loan that he desperately needs. No comment, just a donation. Thank you very much for that. A reminder, in the unlikely event any Muslim wants to dispute us with evidence, you can call in now. Would love to have you, but
yeah,
I doubt it'll
have that
happen.
wonderful page of enormous variants, and that where all of the early scholars agree on what the variant was according to the Hijazi dialect, and they can tell me which one of their variant readings, which one of their readings represents all of those. Because if they don't have one, then they do not have the words of Muhammad.
All right. Una says, I need to know where Mary learns this stuff. So I'll let you answer us first, and then the chat had some theories.
Ha! Lots and
same
lots
comment
and
from
lots of
Guru.
reading.
Right.
So I've read all of Van Putten multiple times. I've read Al-Jalad multiple times. They don't 100% agree on literally everything, because some of the stuff it's like, okay, when does it when can you call it Arabic? So I did do a little bit of executive decisions going on one versus the other as to this is a line for Arabic, because it is an arbitrary distinction. Like at some point it's Arabic, at some point it was ancient North Arabian. We got to draw a line here. So I'm like, I'm going to go with Al-Jalad on that and just go, we'll just write what he says and go with those descriptions because they're useful enough, right? So yeah, lots. Like this one was probably another 500 pages read over and over and over again in some cases.
All right, so ready for the chat's theory here?
All right.
David YouTube says she hears a bell and then she just recites.
I love it. I love it.
And then Morkay responded to that. AC/DC are prophets. They praised the bell. But I want to correct you, Morkay. This is actually the opposite, because they correctly said hell's bells, because that's what Muhammad said about bells as well. He said they were the instrument of Satan. So you see, this is a prophecy of Muhammad, that thousands of years later people would make a song about hell's bells. Now, are you ready to convert to Islam, or are you going to be smart and notice that Muhammad called his own revelations the work of Satan, if you take him seriously on both claims? Your choice. Your choice. Protestant believer used happy birthday to wish me happy birthday. It's not my birthday, but it is Sir Dr. Whitemeat's birthday. He turned 26 today. Happy birthday, Sir Dr. Whitemeat. Marion wants to know if you're a keratophobe, Marion.
I feel like it now. Heavens. Like, you get just pages of variants associated with different readings, and you're like, oh, they think they are so very clever. Thank you. Thank you for being so very clever. And it was, yeah. Yeah, yeah. It's frustrating.
And it says she's got to go to bed at some point. We'll be done in like 10 or 15 minutes, but you're welcome to leave now. I won't hold you hostage. Rodney says no matter how old the Quran is, it's still an awful book. Muslims burn or throw it into the Nile. Christians bury in sealed jars to protect our scripture. That is interesting, isn't it? That the oldest, not all, but many of the oldest copies of the Bible were able to be found in modern times because people wanted to protect them and buried them, and then maybe that person got killed or whatever, and it was never dug back up. And don't have a parallel in Islam, do you? You just have Muslims claiming to love and respect their texts, but when the army comes in and their lives are in danger, they throw it on the ground and run away. Jack Gray left a super chat.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose this great opportunity? Remember, when the person is on his deathbed, the last minute, he will ask Allah Jalla wa'ala to be delayed for 1 second to do what? Not to pray, not to do other things, but to give sadaqah. Because sadaqah, you can give it just like this, yeah, in 1 second.
Jack Ray said, if I were to eat the apple, that. Well, you didn't get to eat an apple, but you did seize the opportunity to earn your daily blessings. And Morkay said this earlier, but I'm pretty sure it was that guy there, Sheikh Hatam, as I call him, that he said, that Sheikh looks like the guy who busts his table at IHOP. Can't disagree. Shavilabi said, I just hope the Valley of the Ants is a true campfire story. I think it is. I think it is. I mean, Muhammad would repeat it, right? Muhammad would have heard that around the campfire, and he'd be like, that's a really cool story. It must be scripture. I'm putting it in my Quran. Hawkpath said, Quran only claimed it was pure Arabic in response to saying Muhammad had a non-Arabic teacher, which is correct. That is a factually correct statement, that people were accusing Muhammad of copying stories, retelling tales of the ancient, and apparently they even identified one of the people who was feeding them information. And Allah's grand defense of Muhammad is he couldn't be copying from that guy because that guy doesn't speak very good Arabic. I mean, that's why it's there. I don't know if this was intended as a joke or just informing us or defense, but it's correct.
Yep.
That's the best defense Allah could think of, right? The best defense he could think of is this is pure Arabic.
Don't exist.
Uh-huh.
That guy speaks another language. This guy, but this is in Arabic. So, but it tells you what it's supposed to be in. So what is it in? But yeah, the hadith, somebody's asking about hadiths again. There's Sahih, Hasan, Daif, and then Mutawatir is like beyond Sahih even. So there are three main
just
grades.
Just to clarify, Houston, I wasn't actually talking, and there was that comment talking about the story of the talking ants from the Quran, although I can see why you would make that confusion, but rather a common campfire story that children tell in the United States. But they're not that much different after all, I would say. Oh, let's see. Devil's Advocate, I think, summed up the stream nicely. So the claim of being directly preserved goes out the window. They worked themselves into a corner by claiming this, and now we have knowledge to prove it wasn't. But not just that it wasn't preserved, but that their whole narrative is utter nonsense. And the true story of the Quran shows that there was massive human intervention after the time of Muhammad. It's not just that people made copyist mistakes over time, but people intentionally changed the text to make it better.
Yes, and the fact that this was not considered an issue for this classical period, this really shows how they were from an illiterate culture sliding into literacy, essentially. That they feel that it's the same, even though we say different sounds, it's still the same. It can be different and still be the same. This is not something that's special to the Quran. It's something that's extremely common in all illiterate societies. And yes, it does sound like mutawatir, but
yeah, but I mean, it's multiply attested. It's like super sahih, right? When something's mutawatir, it's supposed to be like even better than sahih because it's what I don't know the exact qualifications, but basically it's widely attested, and only like 200 or 300 hadith are considered mutawatir, whereas there are 10,000 or so sahih hadith.
yeah, and they're considered, and those, they're not the ones that need to be there for you to have a full religious system. So you're missing really important things if you go with that classification, because it wasn't even, these weren't even fabricated in a systematic way. It's people fabricating stuff for their own desires if they wanted it to really be true. They were fixing up, they're patching up the holes that might exist in the chains of narration.
And as David YouTube says, it's literally what they accuse us of doing. It's so funny, right? Because Muslims will say that usually Paul, but occasionally Constantine or some other figure, used as authority to corrupt the text. Whereas in Islam, you literally have a story. You literally have a story about a guy who brought all the versions of the Quran together and burned the wrong ones. The wrong ones. In other words, he could have changed it to whatever he wanted if the story's true. Amazing stuff.
So there's a particularly funny example, another funny example of a non-Arabic word in the pure Arabic book. One of my favorite ones is the fact that the word for a wife, it's for spouse, but specifically it's most often used for wife, is zawaj, which is a masculine form, because this had been borrowed from Greek, and it had been borrowed recently enough that it had not been assimilated to the point that it got treatment like a true Arabic noun. So it was just hanging out here like a weird borrowed word. Like a lot of times in English, when you borrow something, it doesn't get plurals and singular and all the rest of that stuff, at least for a while, that really matched the English language. And so it's this masculine form hanging out. And so wives are called husbands in it, technically speaking, because only later would it be assimilated enough for it to have altered forms. And that's a borrowed word from Greek, by the way. So it really means you're another person who is yoked to you, your fellow yoked person. And it came from the Christianization of the Greek society that considered husbands and wives to be yoked together. So you're, in a team, and the kind of team view of marriage, which is so inappropriate to Islam, but the word got adopted from there. So, and then Samuel Tawheed asked if we went through Alif Lam Mim. So the silly letters at the very beginning, we know where these come from. It's just that Muslim sources try to hide it because it's really embarrassing. They're all attempts at coming up with the Tetragrammaton. That's all they are. So the Jews went to Muhammad and like, okay, so what's God's true name then? If you're one of his folk, if you're one of his prophets, what's his name? And he's like, oh, his name's Allah and Al-Rab and stuff. And like, no, the secret name, the one you're not supposed to say, one that's only written. And so he started trying to fabricate it. And you'll notice that the letters that are chosen for this are the letters that without diacritics look the most like letters from, they're like blockier and shaped more like letters from Hebrew. So of the letters that are chosen, they're the most Hebrew looking of the letters because they're just trying to fabricate. He's like, this is one of God's names, and this is one of God's names, and this is one of God's names. So it does not have a secret Aramaic meaning. It's just Muhammad being really dumb.
So yes, Houston, even though Hebrew and Aramaic are the only remaining Semitic languages, I'm pretty sure some dead Semitics like Phoenician have been solved. As far as I know, every single one is solved, right? Every single Semitic language is fully decoded.
Yeah, they're all readable to some extent. It's just that how readable are, like, can you really get the nuances? Eventually they can figure it out if the text is long enough. You know, some texts are so incredibly short that you can't even tell what language it is except relying on the script. And you can't necessarily tell the parts of speech because they're only consonants and stuff. But for the most part, any lengthy text, you can figure it out. So.
Yeah, and often, right, often the other languages are used to help with determining the meaning of, the precise meaning of debated words in Hebrew because of an amazing find of tens of thousands of tablets that were, business contracts basically. But because of it, there's a massive corpus of Samaritan and Ugaritic, and thus, as a result, those languages are in some ways better known than ancient Hebrew,
And
because
one thing,
modern Hebrew is a reconstructed language. It's not. At one point, there were no native speakers. There were no people who knew Hebrew left in the world. So it is somewhat reconstructed.
Human Kirk notes that Aramaic itself is not dead, and that's true. It's also significant that, among the documentary hypothesis claims is that this word and that word couldn't have possibly been a native word of Hebrew at this time, and it must have been brought in at this time from Aramaic, and yet the Ugaritic tablets have proven that a huge number of words that they claimed had to have been Aramaic borrowings. All of those Aramaic borrowings were, in fact, native Hebrew words at that time, and they were just making stuff up.
Super chat from Jack Ray.
If you want your wealth to increase in this dunya, then give sadaqah more and more every single day. 2 angels come down, one of them is making dua for those who give. He says, Ya Allah, give those who give.
Did I eat the apple? Not this time, but I still have one more super chat from you, so maybe you will. John Wilson said, people of the chat, lift up Mary in your prayers that she may continue to bring forth these excellent lessons. I would definitely encourage you to pray for Mary and I.
Yes, and I am about to head to bed, so there's no other super important questions. I am beat.
Okay, so this one I think I'll need you to answer from Houston. Is this related to the surah where the first verse is just a bunch of random consonants?
Yeah,
so
there are
I think
a bunch
you kind
of
of
them.
just answered that.
Yeah, there are a bunch of them. It isn't just one. Of course, the one where it says noon at the beginning, and just noon is supposed to be about a secret reference to a whale, the whale upon which the world rides on its back.
Well, that's what they decided anyway, eventually.
Yes, they just made up like
do these variants provide a way to give time and location for the hadith differently than would match the original narrator?
They're way too late. That's the thing. The ahadith are collected so late that they have these long chains of narration that are supposed to go back. So
Mary and I. Did I say Mary and me? That's funny. I didn't do that on purpose. Wait, no, actually, I said it correctly, right?
It was correct.
Because
Pray
it
for
was a
Mary
direct
and
object.
me. That would be the correct way.
Yeah, it was a direct object, so it was me.
I think he was laughing at hypercorrection.
He was intentionally miscorrecting it.
Yeah.
But it was a direct object, so me was correct. That's funny. Good job. All right, the rest of them are just kind of silly and stuff. I could take them if you want to sign off.
All right. I think that I'm going to bed now, guys, because I'm like falling asleep right here. But yes, I like that Quran 279 is about the Quran itself, that woe to those who distort the scripture with their own hands and then say, this is from Allah, seeking a fleeting gain. So woe to them for which their hands have written, and woe to them for what they have earned. Very funny. So, good night.
Good night. I will take the rest of these. I have 2 more super chats and about 5 other comments, maybe 6, whatever. From Leah Nicole.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
Oh, my bad here. I obviously should have asked this when Mary was still here, but I forgot that it was a question for her. Leah Nicole, I will get her answer and I will put it in the pinned comment as to what her, if she wears barefoot shoes, and if she does, what her favorite brand is. So thank you for that donation, and I'll be sure to get you that answer. My bad on that. Ilias Satsis says, even today isn't, but really aren't, their verses they don't understand, so they say only Allah knows the meaning. And that would be every verse. When a critic of Islam brings it up and they don't know how to answer, they say, Allah knows best. Allah knows best. Houston says we don't discuss shoes in public. Indeed, we do not. We do not discuss our shoes in public. In regards to our discussion about Uthman and me saying his correct name should be Uthman ibn Zina, Nina points out that it depends on the dialect that you're speaking. In some dialects, it is Ibn Fibbin, others it's Ibn Footnote or Ibn Zina, or maybe even in some dialects it's Farouk, but he has a wide variety of names, maybe perhaps 7 different names for the 7 letters of the Quran. I'm not sure. Una said, too many Uthmans in response to that. There are too many Uthmans. You can't keep them all apart, but they're actually all the same figure, unlike the Marys that Muhammad confused. David YouTube asked, why do Muslims not like Uthman? Obviously, some Muslims like him, but he also has a lot of opposition within Islamic circles, and that's for a couple reasons. One, because he is very conceited and arrogant and attacks other Muslims, questioning their deen, questioning their Aqidah, in other words, their practice and their doctrine, while himself making many basic errors in Arabic grammar, Arabic pronunciation, all the time. So he projects himself as like this super expert, attacks other Muslims for not being good enough experts, and then makes many mistakes himself, which is why he is not liked by some Muslims. Of all the Muslim apologists, most likely he has the most Muslim opposition, but he also has tons of support. I don't want to make it sound like no Muslims like him. Our barefoot shoes a bit of a, the king has no clothes. No, I don't think so. Ibn Sheikh ketchup bottle Uthman. Could be. Super chat from Jack Ray.
Wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds a Muslim can do. There's a huge need for it. You know this and I know this. So that makes the reward even greater. So give generously and Allah Azza wa Jal will give you even more.
Apple, apple, wherefore art thou, apple? Not there. Not this time. I think there's like 12 of them or so. So you really only have like a 1 out of 12 chance. Yeah, Human Kirk, you're right. Nadir Ahmed is definitely less liked among Muslims than Uthman. Balrudder says, too many other people's wives. Good one. Human Kirk, nobody asks why tafsir exists. If original Quran was clear, we wouldn't need tafsir. And if we had tafsir, they would all agree with one another, which they don't. The best tafsir, such as Al-Tabri or Qurtubi, go through many different theories about a verse. Correct. Wherefore art thou means why are you? So when Juliet says, wherefore art thou Romeo, she isn't saying, where are you, Romeo? She's saying, why is your name Romeo? Why are you a member of the opposing family? Why is this bones that Zayd bin Thabit used to compile the Quran? They were anonymous. Indeed, they were, right? Because they just collected them together and put the text together to make a Quran. Devil's advocate asked me how do apologists confront the issue of Muhammad being white. So that's going to depend on the apologist. Some will just freely admit that he had light colored skin. Others will try to redefine the term. Others will say it's totally meaningless. Others will say that it's symbolic and speaks of his goodness. So good variety of things there, as is often the case with Muslim apologetics. I mean, I wouldn't really consider it a major issue, so it's not something that's talked about a lot, but they do have several different responses to that. Finally, a super chat from Human Kirk.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
He says, thank you both, and thank you. Excuse me. Thank you very much for your support. He also said white is relative. This is in the United States. Yeah, I mean, he's not like, the Hadith are not claiming that Muhammad is of European descent. And I would say that they didn't exactly have racial conception terms, so it's not exactly racist. But Muhammad's statements are used to justify racism in the Islamic world for hundreds of years to come. So even if he wasn't technically racist and was just, say, being tribal and saying my tribe is better than yours, then why did Allah allow this in his inspired texts? You know, the Sahih Hadith collections that make up most of the doctrine of Islam. A Muslim named Hussein did join at the last minute, but I need to get to bed. So my apologies, Hussein. I'd be glad to talk to you another day. You can schedule a time to do that by emailing me at thaddeus@reasonedanswers.com, found in the description of just about every single video, and I'd be happy to do that, but I'm already 45 minutes past what I'm supposed to end, so I'm not going to take your call right now, but I appreciate you calling in. All right, thank you for joining us today, everyone. I'll next be back on Friday for my Bible study live stream. That'll be on the Reasoned Worship channel. If you haven't checked out one of those before, I encourage you to do so. I'll post a link to that probably on Thursday. My plans for the weekend are not set in stone yet. I might get to stream with Anthony. I'm not sure. I haven't actually confirmed the date because he said he wanted to wait till I was feeling better to make sure that there was no issues with, needing to cancel at the last minute or whatever. He's very kind and caring about that. So I haven't confirmed the date yet. And I'm pretty sure that I have a proposal for a debate with a Muslim on the weekend as well, but again, not confirmed. So just look out on announcements for that. Next week, we'll be back with Mary. I think she will be addressing the question whether Christmas is a pagan holiday or is pagan influenced or pagan origins or however you want to put that. So tune in for that. Until we meet again, God bless everyone. Go and serve the Lord.